session in just a minute. Could I request all of you to settle down and take your seats, please? Plenary session is titled Geopolitics of Connectivity from Competition to Collaboration. Thank you so much for joining us post-lunch. We have an exciting discussion ahead of us. And may I now introduce the speakers and the moderator. We first have the moderator, Maria Titizian, who is the Editor-in-Chief, EVN Report, and lecturer at the American University of Armenia. Next, we have His Excellency Minister Rubin Rubinyan, Vice President, National Assembly, Armenia. We have His Excellency Peter Szijjártó, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade, Hungary. We have His Excellency Lazar Gomanescu, Secretary General of the Permanent International Secretariat of the Organization of the Black Sea Economic Cooperation. Next, we have His Excellency Ali Bek Tirov, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Kazakhstan, His Excellency David Bertolotti, Deputy Secretary General, Ministry for Europe and Foreign Affairs, France. And finally, we have His Excellency Mr. Sachin Pilot, who's member of the Rajasthan Legislative Assembly and former Minister of State of Corporate Affairs and Communications and IT of India. And now over to you, Maria, to take us ahead with the proceedings.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure and honor for me to be moderating the panel this afternoon, which is called Geopolitics of Connectivity from Competition to Collaboration. We've talked a lot this morning about global fragmentation and geopolitical divisions. And as they deepen globally, the need for robust, sustainable, and efficient connectivity routes has never been more critical. In response, countries across the world are realigning their economic strategies, seeking new ways to strengthen supply chains and foster collaboration amid rising tensions. And now, for those of us living in the South Caucasus, we understand that very well, very intimately. And the regions at the crossroads of Asia, Eurasia, and Europe are now at the forefront of this shift, and this includes the Gulf, the Mediterranean, and the South Caucasus. I'm going to be starting the conversation today with Ruben Rubinian. You are not only the Vice President of the National Assembly, but you are also Armenia's Special Envoy to normalization of Armenia-Turkey relations. So you understand the difficulty of negotiating with a partner with whom you have historical, political, geopolitical grievances. How do countries navigate these divisions, these geopolitical divisions, to create a way to connect economies, spur investment and growth? And what would this actually look like from your own experience?
Thank you. Thanks for the invitation to this panel, and I want to welcome our honorable guests. I think the simple answer to your question is basically written in the name of this panel, which is from competition to collaboration. It's as simple as that, as it may seem, but of course, if we dig deeper, it becomes more difficult. With regards to Turkey, of course, there are historical grievances on the societal level, and at least I can speak on the Armenian part. Of course, we have the history, and we remember the history, and we will always remember this history. But there is, I feel, a misconception in the outside world regarding Armenia-Turkey relations that this historic burden is the reason that Turkey and Armenia don't have normal relations or diplomatic relations or an open border. In reality, at least on the part of the Armenian government, the current Armenian government, all the governments before, since Armenia got its independence in 1991, history hasn't been part of our strategy when it comes to normalizing relations with Turkey. We have always been ready to have normalized relations with Turkey, an open border, diplomatic relations, and we still are ready for that. And if there is a political will from our Turkish neighbors, we can have a fully normalized relation tomorrow. When it comes to communications, it's not a secret that the South Caucasus is notorious for having closed borders, and it's true for Armenia, but not only. It's true for Azerbaijan as well, it's true for Georgia, it's true for Turkey, and so on. I think right now we have a historic chance to turn the South Caucasus from a geopolitical dead end into a crossroad of peace. And our position is that communications should not become hostages of geopolitical competition, but rather a means to change the negative dynamics and to build peace and cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you. I will come back with a follow-up question. I'd like now to move on to Foreign Minister Sijarto, if I pronounced that correctly. For some time, Armenia's and Hungary's relationship was somewhat difficult for reasons that we all know. These tensions subsided approximately a year ago with the establishment of diplomatic relations between the two countries. Moving forward, from Hungary's perspective, how can, for example, since Mr. Rubinian talked about Crossroads of Peace, how can an initiative like the Crossroads of Peace contribute to peace and economic development in the South Caucasus?
Well, thank you so much for the invitation. For my friend Ararat, whom I'm going to meet a little bit later, I'm very happy to be here on this panel and happy to be back to Yerevan. You know, I'm representing a country which is located in Central Europe. And we in Central Europe had been losers for a 40-year-long period of the Cold War, when the world was divided into blocks. And we are also neighbors of Ukraine, a country which has been in war for the third consecutive year now, and we are faced with all the challenges which is posed by a war in the neighborhood. So if there is a country on earth which understands the importance of the initiatives type of view which you have mentioned, which aims at connectivity and economic cooperation instead of being at war, then Hungary is among those countries for sure. Because what we see now in the world is really alarming and concerning. What we see is that all the political movements are pointing towards the world being divided into blocks again. And unfortunately, the European Union, the presidency of which is being fulfilled by Hungary, is somewhat contributing to that. I've been in this position for 10 years now, so I have participated in almost all foreign ministers' meetings of the last 10 years in the European Union. Whenever we have discussed a situation, for example, in the Caucasus region, whenever we discussed any war or any armed conflict in the world, the position of the Europeans was that that given war, that given armed conflict, including the one in the Caucasian region, must be resolved through dialogue, through discussion, through diplomacy around the negotiating table, and not by weapons. And I regret a lot that this approach is now kind of being left in the past. So Hungary, based on our own national interest, obviously, we are against the world being divided into blocks again, and we are in favor of connectivity, and we are in favor of creating circumstances for a civilized East-to-West cooperation. And in this regard, the initiative you have mentioned is something that must be put into consideration very thoroughly. What I understand is the following. Although there are politicians who are bringing forward this, let's say, Cold War agenda and aiming at the world being divided into blocks again, on the territory of real, on the level of real life, on the level of common sense, this East-to-West cooperation is tighter than ever before. And let me give you two examples finally coming from Hungary. First, Hungary became and I bring these examples from economy. That's why I say that in the normal life, East-to-West cooperation is still going on, and that gives us a hope, I think, that such initiatives you have mentioned, aiming at connectivity, aiming at economic cooperation instead of war and armed conflicts, could be successful. First, Hungary became a meeting point of the Eastern and Western investors of Europe. Because what happened? We are one of the third countries in the world where the three German premium car makers are present. And we are the only country in the world where 5 of the top 10 Eastern battery manufacturers are present, among them the biggest Chinese. And guess what? Why the Chinese came to Hungary to invest, to build factories? Because the Germans are present, and because they are supplying the Germans. And this is not only that they build factories in the same country, it's not only that they build factories in the same city, they are building their factories next to each other, the Chinese and the German. And if there's such a tight cooperation on the field of economy in such a strategically important industry like electric automobile industry, between Chinese and Germans, between Koreans and Germans, then I think that there is still a path towards a civilized East to West cooperation. Last example. We are now building a nuclear power plant in Hungary. The main constructor is a Russian company called Rosatom. I think everybody knows it. We are criticized for that on a political level in Europe. But what happens? Rosatom is working together with major German, French, American, Austrian and Swiss subcontractors in Hungary. So when I go to the site where the Russians are the main constructors building a nuclear power plant, I see German, French, Swiss, Austrian companies working on the ground, on the site. That shows to me that such political initiatives aiming at enforcing trans-regional East-to-West cooperation instead of wars can be successful because on the ground of real life, this is the reality, this is what is going on. So I think that the initiative is something that really deserves to be put into consideration thoroughly and discussed.
I will ask a follow-up question immediately because it's related. Mr. Foreign Minister, you talked about your own experience in Hungary. And here in the South Caucasus, we oftentimes talk about the importance of economic cooperation and opening up transport routes. And Armenia has been speaking in the language of peace since the war that we experienced. Now, the country that Hungary considers its closest friend in the South Caucasus is engaging in counterproductive behavior. In your view, how can Budapest mitigate this unproductive behavior?
Once again, I want to underline that we do believe that politics is a job based on experience. And the experience is that wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table. Therefore, I think here in the Caucasian region, we could be instrumental, and I hope it's not an exaggeration. Why? Because we are in a position that we can talk to both parties of this conflict on both occasions based on mutual respect. We have just renewed the diplomatic connections with Armenia like 2 years back. What happened since then? We have broken the record of trade last year ever. We have launched the direct air connection between the two countries in July. We have been hosting altogether 1,000 children of displaced families in Hungary on summer vacation. We have just allocated an additional 800,000 euros to give support to the Armenian Christian Church, to give this support to the families who are in need. We are about to start a cooperation on the field of energy and setting up the Joint Economic Commission to move forward with the economic cooperation. We are opening our embassy here. Armenia is opening its embassy in Budapest. In the meantime, we are having a strategic cooperation with Azerbaijan, having a strategic cooperation on the field of energy, oil and gas as well, up to mutual ownership in important infrastructure. That puts us in a position that we can help the procedure to finalize the peace agreement between the two countries. In my last talks with both parties, it was an option that Budapest could also serve as a venue to sign the agreement of peace, signing an agreement about peace in a peace-loving capital of a peace-loving country, of peace-loving people. I think this is the instrumental help we can give there. It was at the end of 2021, just after Christmas, when we have contributed for 5 prisoners of war of Armenia to be released by Azerbaijan and brought back to Yerevan. That's what we have organized already. We have very tight cooperation with the Christian Church here, and I do believe that here we could be instrumental in helping the peace agreement to come to a reality, giving back the right to millions of people here in the Caucasian region, including Armenia, to get back their right to have a safe and peaceful life in their own homes.
Thank you, Mr. Foreign Minister. Mr. Komaneshku, you are the Secretary General of BSEC. It's a large organization, representing almost 350 million people, covering territory of 20 million square kilometers, and also a region that has had its share of conflict. Again, I want to come back to this initial question. In your experience, how can countries overcome these geopolitical divisions to create connectivity routes, to connect economies for the prosperity of the people themselves? So like concrete examples, if you can, please.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the question. But before trying to answer to that, allow me first to express my thanks to my friend and Foreign Minister of Armenia, Ararat Mirzoyan, for having invited me to participate in this forum, and particularly grateful for the fact that I was allocated as member of a panel with such distinguished participants. And point number one. Point number two, I would also like to underline the relevance of this forum and the fact that both the timing and the topic are quite well chosen. And perhaps I may be subjective a little bit, but what I have in mind is that this forum takes place during the period when Armenia is holding the chairmanship in office of the organization which I had the honor to represent. And associating this with the topics chosen for the forum, including connectivity, makes me thank the Armenian side for organizing this forum in this period, which means raising the relevance and the assertiveness of the organization. And all the more so I am happy to be here in this panel, as topics related to connectivity have a lot to do with the activity of my organization. Be it connectivity in transport, be it connectivity in energy, be it connectivity, very important I would say, connectivity of minds, because it has a lot to do with understanding and making progress towards cooperation. So I feel that I could elaborate a little bit about what my organization is doing. But before that, getting inspired by the title of this panel, which is from geopolitics of connectivity from cooperation to collaboration. That brings me to make, and I hope you'll allow me, 2 or 3 very brief remarks. I think that everybody agrees with the fact that competition has through history been an engine for growth when that was a fair competition. When competition is used as an instrument for domination of control, it doesn't work. And you have to say that if we look into the history of the BRICS region, we've been witnessing situations when this region has been, let's say, area of competition. And I'm afraid from time to time, even nowadays, we may see this type of things. On the contrary, this region is also an example, a good example, that when the competition was fair, mutual understanding prevailed, much has been done. And the fact itself that this organization has been there for 32 years speaks by itself in this respect. This is my first remark. Second remark, still related to globalization, competition, and cooperation. Okay, we have seen, especially since pandemics, also in the context of the war in Ukraine, we've seen a drive towards diminishing dependencies, getting independency, getting resilience, and so on and so on. I would say that that is a little bit contrary to the globalization. Globalization, we want it or not, of course, it changed a lot as framework. But globalization will continue to be there for good. We have to look to adapt to the new developments, including digitalization of society and so on. And if that's the case, we have to admit that interdependencies will continue and even will grow, of course, influenced by the new developments. This is why, in my opinion, when talking about resilience, instead of, how to say, seeking autonomous resilience, we may perhaps look more to the necessity of building resilient interdependencies. And my third comment deriving therefrom is that, and now coming closer to the area of connectivity. We've seen in the recent past 10 years or so, series of initiatives aimed at providing for transport, connectivity, and so on. But some of them, at least, I see them having been developed not necessarily starting from the idea of mutual complementarity and mutual reinforcing, more or less a kind of a competition as well. But happily, we see now that there is a kind of a change in this respect. And I see that when it comes to, for example, initiatives or projects like the BRI, Middle Corridor, now people initially, if I will remember, I may be mistaken, but I hope not. But I do remember when talk was about the Middle Corridor, at a certain moment, there was a kind of reluctance from some countries, including from the European Union. Now I see that, and this is a very good development. I see an increased awareness about the fact how important it is to seek connectivity through complementarity, through mutual reinforcing. So these were the few comments which I wanted to make in this respect. And now, very briefly on BICS. We've been trying to work to develop connectivity, to help developing connectivity in the region. Because if we talk about BRI, if we talk about global gateway, or India, Middle East, Europe corridor, or something like this, we will see that you cannot avoid the Black Sea region. And here comes the importance of the Black Sea region as a real bridge between Asia and Europe. And from this perspective, a series of significant projects have been launched here. I'm referring to, for example, to the Black Sea Highway Ring, or the motorways of the sea. Of course, advancement has not been that much on the physically speaking. But we have developed within this organization already, kind of, let's say, pre-feasibility development of these projects. And hopefully, when the atmosphere of peace and cooperation will come back in this region, this project may advance. Another aspect which we are looking at with particular attention is about how to develop connectivity and alternative routes of supply and transport, to keep in mind the importance of being environmentally friendly. And from this perspective, I would like to really welcome the fact that a very interesting project, and I hope will become a kind of a source of inspiration, has been developed by Azerbaijan, Georgia, Romania, and Hungary. I am referring to the green energy cable, which is being now projected and I hope will become a reality as soon as possible. One other aspect which I wanted to highlight is that the fact that it is extremely important when seeking alternatives for connectivity to pay particular attention to initiatives coming from the region itself, from the countries in this region. And here we've been listening in the morning to the Prime Minister of Armenia. I think that projects like the Crossroads of Peace and others coming from this region can contribute, and the Black Sea Economic Organization is there to help in promoting this type of projects. And finally, coming back to what I mentioned at the beginning, talking about connectivity, of course, physical connectivity, infrastructure, transport, energy, and so on is quintessential. But equally important is connectivity of minds. And here this organization has been trying to bring, albeit a modest contribution. This is why we avail, although we are an organization for economic cooperation, we avail of a working group on culture, which is aimed exactly at developing human contacts and through their better understanding and through their increasing mutual confidence and prospects for cooperation and peace. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Speaking about alternative routes of supply and connectivity, landlocked countries face unique challenges. In Armenia, we are not only a landlocked country, but 2 of our 4 borders are closed, and this presents extremely unique challenges. Mr. Kvandirov, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, how do you think landlocked, or do you think landlocked countries have a new role as pivotal hubs in the emerging era of land-based connectivity, and how has Kazakhstan addressed this?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, distinguished guests, distinguished participants. It's a pleasure to participate at such a relevant panel, and thank you for your question. You mentioned very correctly that we are in this region, we are all landlocked country, and especially Central Asia, so we should not just act just on ourselves, but to be a group, an integral group of trading partners, of investment partners, and not only partnering with the bordering countries, but also with countries who are a bit further away, like Armenia. And while developing the Caspian corridor, which is also the part, it also lies along the Belt and Road Initiative. Also, we are working on the Global Gateway Platform Program. We're also working on North-South Corridor. So not only Central Asian countries, but also Iran. This is the main route from China to Europe. We should develop it, and so it is a matter of focus at the moment for Kazakhstan and for other countries, and we would like also to see Armenia as with its own initiative, Crossroads of Peace. So of course, on the condition when there is a mutually agreed settlement of all the unblocking of all the communication and routes. So I think it will be beneficial for all participants along the route, including Kazakhstan and Armenia. And we are very much interested in peace and in resolving all the issues, either it be infrastructure, investment, trades, also cultural exchanges. Just recently, a representative business delegation from Armenia visited Kazakhstan, visited actually the east of Kazakhstan, where the Khorgos Eastern Gate, so to say, special economic zone is situated. When the door opens from Chinese goods to Europe, and they expressed their interest in developing the infrastructure in the country, because it's also in the interests of Armenia, and Armenia is working, Armenian businessmen are working very actively currently, connecting Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, Iran with its supplies to move goods. And so what I also wanted to mention is that, as Mr. Siarto mentioned, so Hungary is also putting its efforts to peace negotiations. Kazakhstan, on the initiation of our president, provided goods officers platform in Almaty for meeting of MFA leaders of Armenia and Azerbaijan. So we are looking very positively at peace negotiations, and since it will directly affect economy, social ties, infrastructure, trade, and just to mention that we in Kazakhstan have a big diaspora of Armenians who are also helping us develop these projects, and I hope that, take into account, into consideration these diasporal ties, the connections will be even stronger. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to move now to Mr. Bertolotti. France and Armenia have very, very warm relations with one another, and I want to ask sort of the European perspective from you. What role do you think the EU can play in concrete terms to make the Crossroads of Peace initiative a regional reality?
Thank you very much for the question, and first of all allow me to express also my appreciation to our Armenian and Indian co-hosts for putting together this event, and as you said, as a representative of a country that is a close friend to Armenia, I'm particularly pleased to be here and to be discussing an item that is so important for building peace in the South Caucasus. There's sometimes the question whether connectivity is a condition, or let's say an enabler, or a result of peace. And in a way, it's probably a bit of both. Definitely, connectivity must serve peace, but it's also a matter of sovereignty for a country. And I think when President Macron outlined a year ago in Astana that stronger connectivity between Europe and Central Asia is a strategic objective for France and for Europe, he also underscored that this requires lasting peace and stability in the region. And in this respect, of course, we give our full support to the conclusion of a peace treaty between Armenia and Azerbaijan as soon as possible, and we welcome the recent progress on border delimitation. I think one of our messages in this respect is that connectivity should not be weaponized. What do I mean by that? I mean that it can't be a way to pressure a country into, say, opening extraterritorial corridors or imposing the presence of foreign forces on another territory. And so that's why in particular we like very much the approach of corridors for peace, which His Excellency the Prime Minister again described earlier this morning. Regional connectivity, to be truly beneficial, has to be based on the full respect of a country's sovereignty and jurisdiction, also on principles of equality and reciprocity. And of course, this implies the reopening of all borders as well. Now, you asked what specifically we are doing about this. We're active both at the bilateral and the European level. At the bilateral level, we are actually quite actively engaged in supporting various projects here in Armenia, but also I'd stress that regionally. I mean, to give you an example, here we will soon second a technical expert. We have many, but we'll have one dedicated to connectivity issues with the Armenian government. And at the regional level, we also have people helping with French expertise in the railway sector in Georgia, or in digital connectivity in Kazakhstan. At the EU level, of course, the Global Gateway Initiative is the flagship project, and there's actually quite a sizable amount of money that is available in terms of investment over the 2021-2027 period for Armenia, about 2.6 billion euros potentially, and there has already been engagement in the Global Gateway Initiative, in particular with an investors forum in Brussels earlier this year. And one final element that I could mention to exemplify what I'm saying is, also in terms of people-to-people connectivity, because that's very important, and allow me to welcome and praise the official opening just yesterday, actually, of the dialogue on visa liberalization between the EU and Armenia. Because again, it's an important part of the relationship, and it will be underpinned by some structural reforms that are particularly important for connectivity and hence for peace and stability.
Thank you very much. And finally, our final speaker, Mr. Pilot. I was doing some research and microphone off. You were the youngest member of parliament at 26, so you have a lot of years of experience already. India is becoming a very productive player in the region, and perhaps the most important is the India-Middle East-Europe corridor. We speak about corridors a lot in our region. How do you envision this corridor contributing to the strengthening of connectivity in the greater region?
Thank you, Marian. Thank you for reminding me how old I am. And I want to thank, first of all, the hosts for having us all here. I was last in Armenia about 14 years ago. And I have to say, much has changed since I was here last. And the fact that this dialogue, being the first in its inception, has got so many of us here today, tells you two things. One, that the agenda of the dialogue is where everyone is bought into, and the place is hospitable, and people regard Yerevan and Armenia and the people of Armenia in very good light. And that's why all of us are here. I heard my fellow panelists give their views on the same issue. I just want to take a minute to sort of redefine what I think is important. We talk about connectivity, talked about competition in the session. Now, connectivity traditionally has meant trading routes, sea routes, air routes, rail, road networks. But now connectivity has a different meaning to it. Now it has to do with pipelines, gas, oil, and the new currency in the world, data. So underground sea cables, underwater cable, fiber optics, those are all part of the global connectivity. And I think it's important in every region to view this in a holistic fashion. The initiative that we're talking about is something that I personally welcome. I think it's a good initiative, but it must be done transparently. It must be done, like my friend from France has said, with respecting the sovereignty, the integrity of the host country. I think it's very important to have buy-in from the host country when you talk about connecting regions or countries through continents. Coming from India, I think Marie was talking about the new G20 proposal of connecting Europe through Middle East to India. One has to think about how a country can de-risk its logistics. We've seen great turbulence in the recent past, what's happening with the war in Russia, Ukraine, with Israel, Palestine, with COVID that gutted almost everything that we know. It has changed the entire paradigm of how we think of connectivity and supply chain and what we must do to de-risk. India, for example, we import 83% of all our energy needs. Now, when you import from parts of the world that are not so stable, you have to think of alternative routes. And I think it's important for us to understand it's not just efficiencies and cost cutting when you talk about connectivity. It's also about giving countries like Armenia, which are landlocked, an equal opportunity to be able to unlock the potential they have because of their geographic location. We talk about clean energy, for example, how the world is now pushing for clean energy. For us, India, for example, for us to move from fossil-based energy to a clean energy, the transition requires many things, including batteries, for example. 70% of the cobalt in the world comes from Congo. Now, unless we have efficient routes and linkages to countries like Congo, I think the transition materials such as copper, lithium, nickel, cobalt, graphite, the entire market today is about $340 billion. By 2040, the market for these minerals will become $750 billion. Now, for all this to happen, we've got to have efficient linkages. The Crossroads for Peace, for example, I was watching the details of it when the Prime Minister was making his comments. It's something that will come to fruition at some point. My only advice, standing as an outsider observing this, is that it's better to seize the opportunity when it presents itself, as opposed to waiting for the ultimate outcome, which will come but much later on, and time will have passed. Nothing will bring back what has already happened. But for the future generations, it's better to forget the past, learn from those mistakes, and then act in a practical fashion, which is mutually beneficial for everybody. We were just mentioning before we started talking about how the trade routes can be much more realigned. For us in India, it's obviously better to have alternate routes. The Suez Canal cannot serve for all times to come. So we must have connectivity through this part of the world onwards to Europe. The neighborhood, of course, is something someone once said in the earlier panel, is that you don't choose our neighbors. But some of the countries in this part of the world were not neighbors. They were one country. So choices have to be made. It's best to learn to live with the choices that have been made for us. But I'm of the opinion that competition itself in this discussion has a very negative connotation, and that should not be. A healthy competition, a rules-based competition, a transparent competition is healthy for the economy and for global trade. I won't take names, but there are entities in the countries in the world that are forcing some nations to fall into what I call a debt trap. In the name of infrastructure, you give out money that may never be fruitful, and the asset creation doesn't take place, and nations fall into this debt trap. That's avoidable. So if the competition is healthy, it's progressive, it's forward-looking, it's rules-based, everybody will appreciate that. In the end, I just feel that this initiative, if it comes to fruition, will show that Armenia and Azerbaijan have put their differences of the past behind them. It'll give Iran and Turkey an opportunity to show their diplomatic skills and how they can bring people together. It will certainly give Russia a good opportunity to show that its allies and friends can work together. And it will be beneficial for Europe to have a new trade route towards Asia and into India.
Thank you very much. Mr. Roubinian, I'm going to come with a follow-up question for you because you spoke briefly, and then because our time is running out, I will ask just for final comments from the rest of the panelists. This morning, Prime Minister Nikol Pashinyan gave a pretty in-depth presentation of the Crossroads of Peace, and he showed the transportation routes, the railroads, the roadways. And, you know, I tried to ask the question to the Foreign Minister of Hungary as well about the partnership that we have to develop with Azerbaijan if we want this to be a reality. Otherwise, it looks lovely on paper, but it can be a very naive approach, because if you don't have a partner who agrees with you or who sees the same vision for peace with you, how do you mitigate that? How do you move beyond that? I understand, and it's very commendable that Armenia's government is speaking in the language of peace, but what are the concrete actions that need to take place in order for that dialogue, because it's called Yerevan Dialogue, with Azerbaijan to take place, and also taking into consideration the other regional players?
Thank you. First, I'd like to say a couple of words about the Crossroads of Peace project. It's a very simple concept, and it's based on basic principles of international law and on basic logic. we are ready to have unblocked communications, roads, railroads, cables, and everything else, you name it, based on the respect of sovereignty and territorial integrity of parties, in this case Armenia and Azerbaijan and all countries surrounding them, based on exercising jurisdiction of respective parties. I think it's very logical that a country would have the right to and would like to exercise its jurisdiction on its territory and have its territorial integrity respected, and based on the principles of equality and reciprocity. Again, it would be very logical that if a country uses the territory of the neighboring country to transport goods and people, the other party would expect the same rules and the same preferences for itself. And this is, I can't imagine anyone arguing against this, and there can be only one explanation for anyone to argue against these very basic, just and logical principles. The only case is when this person or his state is not interested in building architecture of peace, but is interested in building an architecture of conflict. And unfortunately, if we look at the positions of Azerbaijan, you can clearly see that they are directed at creating a new architecture of conflict, because you can even see that in the namings of, or the headlines of the projects. From our side, it's Crossroads of Peace. We want the Caucasus to be this big crossroad of peace. By the way, not only Armenia, we want the whole Caucasus to be a crossroads of peace. Because without our neighbors it's impossible, and it's understandable. But unfortunately, from the Azerbaijani side, they have decided that they can name a road on a territory of Armenia, which is disrespectful and illogical. They have decided that they should put forward conditions on how transport routes should operate on the territory of Armenia, and their position is that if this doesn't happen, they will keep blockading Armenia. So you can see that all their positions are aimed at creating a new architecture of conflict at times where there is a truly historic opportunity to create an architecture of peace. And by the way, regarding security, Azerbaijan, as it is known, and those who support Azerbaijan voice about the necessity of third parties guaranteeing security of overconnectivity. But I think that's, again, illogical, because if we want peace, well, and at least Armenia does want peace, that means that the people should interact. That means that an Armenian passing through the territory of Azerbaijan should feel safe, and it's Azerbaijan's responsibility to guarantee the safety of the Armenian passing through the territory of Azerbaijan, and vice versa. The whole notion that an Azerbaijani passing through Armenia's territory shouldn't meet Armenians on its way is again in the logic of conflict, not in the logic of peace. Coming back to your question, what action is needed for peace to happen? Again, the answer is very, very simple. If the Azerbaijani leadership decides that they want peace, peace is possible literally tomorrow. Literally tomorrow. If they have or create political will to have peace, we will have open communications tomorrow based on the principles I just talked about. If they want peace, we can sign the peace treaty tomorrow, because as it has been talked about, Armenia has sent the last edition of the draft peace treaty to the Azerbaijani side, which includes all the paragraphs which have already been agreed, and those parts which have not been agreed on have been eliminated, but we think that these paragraphs which are agreed are already a sound basis for a peace treaty, and all the questions that have been left out can be discussed in the future. So political will needs to rise among the leadership of Azerbaijan, and peace is more than possible tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Just if I could ask 2 minutes each, please. I know it's very short, but unfortunately it's a large panel and we are already running out of time. And reflecting on the reality that in the 21st century to have closed borders doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense for the governments, for the civilians, for the region, or for the world. What steps can we take as a global community, having a global conversation, if you will, to make sure that those closed borders no longer exist? And aside from political will, yes, it's political will, but what is the role of world powers, what is the role of other countries in ensuring that we dismantle those closed borders? Yeah.
Thank you so much. I was born in a city which was then divided by global history, and the two sides of the city with the river Danube in between found themselves in two different countries, Hungary and Czechoslovakia, then Hungary and Slovakia. And since part of the family remained on the other side, I remember those long hours from my childhood, which we were lining up on a bridge under very severe weather circumstances, waiting for hours just to be allowed by the border guards of another country to enter the other country to visit relatives and family members. And those who have not done so cannot even imagine the significance and importance of friendly, peaceful cooperation, mutual respect in international politics, instead of constant stigmatization, lecturing, and educating each other. I think if we really want to come to a global system where the cooperation is being placed on the first point of the agenda, instead of wars and instead of conflicts, then we have to bring back international politics to the basis of mutual respect. Currently, mutual respect is missing from international politics. Whoever is speaking out of the mainstream is being immediately stigmatized, being either the spies of the Russians, either Putin or Trump or whatever. If there is not a willingness of the stakeholders of international politics to enter into negotiations with each other, if we are not ready to open our minds to understand the others, to listen to each other, then we will come to a stage where the concept of war will outnumber the concept of peaceful cooperation, and then we will find closed borders again. So maybe if we have to use two words, an expression, which is the way forward, then I would say mutual respect.
Still on this idea about how to facilitate or to hopefully come to facilitating or eliminating these difficulties at border crossing. And here, if you allow me, I may come up with something which is closer to the economy and where the organization, the BRICS organization, has been trying to help. Well, it's a limited initiative and project which we've been developing, but nevertheless it speaks by itself. It's the so-called BSEC permit system, which allows for the transport of goods on trucks based upon uniformization of the documentation to facilitate the crossing the borders, eliminating long lines, long time spent there by the poor drivers, not to speak about their living conditions there. This is one example. And I think that that kind of projects could become, don't take me as like modesty or my organization, could become a kind of, let's say, source of inspiration. Similarly, we've developed the so-called trade facility strategy, which is closely linked to this, facilitating cross borders. And this project is practically finalized, and I do take the advantage of being here and, as I mentioned, being under the chairmanship in office of the the Republic of Armenia. We hope that during this chairmanship in office, this state facility strategy would be formally adopted by the member states of the BRICS. Thank you.
You know, we still have so many conflicts, territorial conflicts or trade wars, economic clashes, though we are living in the 21st century, and I think we should seriously think of how to get rid of these issues, either it be political or economic. When I was doing my Master of Applied Economics in the United States, I was doing a research on how protectionism, trade protectionism, what kind of advantages or disadvantages it brings to countries who are conducting these protectionism measures or non-tariff barriers. So we saw that it's a prisoner's dilemma. Nobody wins. There might be some, some instant advantages for one or two countries, but in general, in the long run, there is no way there will be, an internal protectionism, or there will be, only a win situation for that particular country. No win. So a win-win is when everybody's involved. And today, the topic of our meeting is Yerevan dialogue. I think everything should be done through the dialogue. This is the only way how to make a progress, because we are living in a different generation now with the new technology, digital technologies, and so I think every conflict should be settled in this way, only peacefully. Thank you.
Well, Maria, you asked about the closed borders and what we can do about it. Actually, borders are not closed by accident, and of course, it's not a geographical, constraint. Not in the 21st century. Not anymore. So it's a political symptom, and it's a symptom of what I called earlier the weaponization of connectivity. It's a way to try and exercise pressure, and in response to that, I think that we must be very firm on principles, on the principles of sovereignty, equality, full jurisdiction. And I was actually quite pleased that I heard a lot of my colleagues and co-panelists in the past hour use the very same terms and the very same principles. And so we have to be very, very firm on those values and be strong partners with countries like Armenia that stand for those values and principles, even when it's very, very difficult, and maybe others would like you to do more reckless things. You must stand firm on principles, knowing that you can count on strong partners to support you and to sustain those principles with you. This is certainly something that is very dear to France's heart and to all the French authorities, and this is the kind of support that we want to continue to provide to Armenia over the long run.
Now, Maria, since I have the last word, sort of a lighter note. You see, you were talking about closed borders, etc., and we must learn from the past. We were 2 world wars, and both, don't mind me saying this, but were caused because of Europe. And today, Europe has a common currency, it has open borders, common visa, and they've moved on. So we in Asia, South Asia, or Caucasus must learn from what has happened. But whatever has to happen in this particular region, I think, can only happen if every country feels it's in their self-interest to do it. Nobody will do it on advice or on other person's interest. every country must feel it's in their best interest to loosen or open border controls and for trade and migration and people's flow to happen. And that can only happen with sound advice, with discussions, dialogues, negotiations, and a little bit of nudging from any of us who can do it. Thanks.
Thank you. Well, our time is up. Thank you to the esteemed panelists for your very interesting and constructive comments, and thank you for listening.
Back here at 3:30 p.m. for the next panel, A Global Order in Churn, Seeking Solutions.
Global order in churn, seeking solutions. As you can see, we have our fantastic panelist and moderator already on stage. May I introduce the moderator, Ms. Natalie Tocci, who's director at the Istituto Affari Internazionali, Italy. Thank you. And we have our panelist. We have His Excellency Zorab Manasakanian, former Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Armenia. We have Her Excellency Suzy Carla Barbosa, former Minister of Foreign Affairs from Guinea-Bissau. We have His Excellency Mr. Manish Tiwari, who is Member of Parliament and former Union Minister for Information and Broadcasting from India. We have His Excellency Zoran Dimitrovsky, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade from North Macedonia. We have Mr. Zbigniew Pisarski, founder and president of the Casimir Foundation. We have Mr. Ali Aslan, international TV presenter and journalist from Germany. And over to you, Natalie.
Hello?
One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Here it's working.
1, 2, 3.
It has to do with me. Now it works. So, ladies and gentlemen, our global order is in churn. Global order, global disorder, we will now find out. But let me perhaps start off, as an Italian, by giving you Antonio Gramscian definition of what this churn is about. The old is dying, the new is yet to be born, and in what is in between the old and the new is the time of monsters. Now, that may be a Gramscian definition. It may also be perhaps a slightly European view, and I'm sure that we're going to be hearing different takes on what this churn is about, not all of which are necessarily that pessimistic, but I think there are at least 3 sets of issues which really point to this churn, which I think may be interesting to take and perhaps elaborate a little bit in the course of this discussion. The first is the idea that this global churn has to do, and I think this has already come up in discussions, with a global shift in power which is giving rise to global rivalries. And it is very clear that there are a number of conflicts, tensions, or wars that are very much the product of these global rivalries. One only needs to think of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, or one can think about the growing tensions in East Asia, over the South China Sea, over Taiwan, to really highlight the fact that many of these monsters that we're talking about have to do with global rivalries. I think a second set of issues is really the conflicts, tensions, or problems, or perhaps not, that are the result, and this is of course related to the first point that I'm making, but the end of what we could define as Pax Americana, right? Now, on the one hand, there is a relative retreat of the United States, which in and of itself does not necessarily have to be a bad thing. The problem becomes when no one really steps in the void instead. And I think if one thinks about the situation, for example, in the Middle East, in different corners of Africa, it is clear that essentially what we're seeing is a world in which no one is really in charge, right? I mean, there is a global power that is no longer playing the role that it once did, but no one else is really taking much of a responsibility. And then I think a third set of issues really has to do with, on the one hand, this fraying multilateral order, which makes it increasingly difficult to reach common solutions to what are, by definition, transnational problems, whether this is climate change, whether this is the challenges that emerge from technology, of course, pandemics, food security, etc. So there are, I think, at least these three sets of monsters, which I think would be important to discuss over the course of the next hour, and to do so looking at it from perhaps the different vantage point of the people represented on this panel. Essentially, we have representatives that are from big countries, medium countries, and small countries, representatives from different geographies, but also both official and unofficial speakers. So I think there's a sort of fantastic mix. We don't have a lot of time, and what I really wanted to do is make sure that we have a bit of a discussion, but perhaps for the first time actually have a discussion with all of you. So without further ado, let me perhaps start off with Zorab, with you, asking you, on the one hand, how you would describe this churn, and perhaps describing this churn by looking at the nexus between, on the one hand, the churn within your country and region, and how the regional churn, in a sense, in Armenia and the Caucasus, interlocks with this broader global churn that we're talking about. Zorab.
Thank you very much, Natalie. Well, first of all, I just want to commend and congratulate the Foreign Minister of Armenia and the partnership they've built with our Indian friends to launch this first Yerevan dialogue, and I very much hope and wish that it has a good continuation in the future. Now, going back to what we're trying to figure out now about the world, I think one indispensable and unavoidable unfortunate condition in policy planning and in policy formulation is conjecture and fluidity. Not everything is known or available to policy planners, and the uncertainties are always present. There seems to be a consensus about the kind of world we live in. You have already, framed it. Even the United Nations Secretary General, usually an optimist, was not so much an optimist in his latest report last year. We all seem to agree that we all go through a time of transition, and we live in a fractured and fragmented world. We are in perhaps a prolonged period of transition from one thing to another. One thing we more or less agree, the other thing I don't really feel there is a overwhelming agreement on where we're moving. The overwhelming view is that the multipolar world is awaiting us. There are still others who would argue that given the significant concentration of power in the hands of the United States, we are in a partial unipolar world. The others would rather say that in light of the rising power in China, we are in a bipolar world. Whichever world we're moving, the key word here is polar And the pole, someone today mentioned the aspiration towards a post-polar world. I think that's an idea that requires some more thinking. But whichever world is a polar world, which implies poles, which implies centers of gravity, which implies big states, those who have a significantly large share of power in the distribution of power, and also, in fact, capacity to deliver global goods or global threats. In that configuration, the multiple, this is not something I think that is happening, that we, the humanity, are facing for the first time. The presence of big states perhaps is part of the human history, unavoidable part. And those big states with their centers of gravity, they create their circles to maximize sustained power. And circles may come in collisions, as, again, history has given too much context to us. And those collision points are the fault lines. And the fault lines are the most terrifying thing for those who are in the periphery, small states. The small vulnerable states, even more vulnerable. The medium-sized states are not also immune from these collisions. So that's, I think, is what concerns us most as a small state, because again, the historical context gives us significant number, a list of examples when we're all victims of the definition of global security. What is global security? The one defined by the big states is the state, a condition in the world where the big powers are not colliding, are not in a major military confrontation, right? Is it a condition good enough for the smaller states? Because to sustain such global stability, small states often run the risks of becoming bargaining chips, becoming small change in big transactions of the bigger powers to sustain global security. This is where, I think the concerns are. From the specific angle of Armenia, I think we have two levels of transition. The first level is the global one, and we're not immune from that. The second one is also the reality of the region. This is a region which has three actual participants: Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, members of the region, and three regional powers, Russia, Turkey, and Iran, who are in historical competition for influence, for power projection in this region. And I think that is also in transition in this region. So we are facing this dual risk, dual challenge of transition, which amplifies the risks and amplifies the needs for stronger capacities for resilience and survival. Thank you.
Thank you, Sohrab. And perhaps, Susie, turning to you, if you could reflect on some of these points that Sohrab was making, but as they apply to your country and region. In particular, I think he was making very powerful points on the one hand of the very contradictory state of the churn, right? I mean, there's uni, bi, multi, non-polar, all at once, basically. This tension between the big and the small in this, which obviously exists by definition, but in this particular context, but also this notion of the double transition, right? Because even in an African context, there is an intra-African transition which is playing out within this broader global churn. Susie.
Thank you very much. I would like to start by thanking the organization for inviting me and also by congratulating them for this high-level dialogue. Concerning Africa, concerning Guinea-Bissau, my country, which is part of the ECOWAS, I would say that we are also being part of this revolution, of this new formation of the global area. Let me tell you that the world has changed, I think everybody has realized, but it has changed more after COVID-19, after the crisis, Russia, Ukraine. And for us, even though we are far, you would say, it doesn't affect you much, but it does. We have realized how dependent we were of the relations we had with Europe or with the Western countries. And this made us, as small countries, in the case of Guinea-Bissau, start trying to find new solutions by taking part in different international organizations, betting in multilateralism as a way of defense. In some of our countries, I may say Sierra Leone, even Nigeria, which is the biggest country in our sub-region, we started feeling the impacts of this war. A war that's so far from us in another continent, but we are living daily the effects because the prices have increased so much. The population came to the street claiming and making manifestations against the huge prices that we were paying because of these changes in Europe. So the decision was, we are small countries, yes. I'm not speaking, of course, of Nigeria, which is a giant in Africa, but small countries, Guinea-Bissau, Cape Verde, and other countries from our sub-region started to say, we have to bet in multilateralism in order to defend our ideas. And this is what we're doing now. We are members of different regional organizations, of multilateral organizations, in order to defend our interests and our ideas. One of the main targets we have is to take part of the Security Council, because it's not fair in the world we live with countries like Nigeria or Kenya that are really having a really high technology transformation, very important impact, even in the world's economy. We are not part of the Security Council till today. Why? So this is part of the fight we're doing to make this new global order happen, because we do have to have a voice. Even though we are small, we are 54 countries, and we do make a difference, and we think it's the time for us to be strong by unifying each other and by supporting each other to be also part of this new global era. In a way, what I would say to the small countries, and what I would say to the African countries in general, not only from the ECOWAS, it's very important to be part of this multilateral organization, because alone we don't have the strength of a huge country. I would say also it's important to see what's happening now with the formation of the BRICS. The BRICS are countries that a few years ago were not taken in consideration. Now we have Brazil, India, China, South Africa being one of the leaders of the world. This is thanks to this multilateralism. And I think this would be the best answer for us, small countries, for the new global area. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Susie. And this reminds me of something that I often say, also looking at it from a European perspective. You know, we are small chicken in a jungle, right? So we either stick together or a small chicken in a jungle does not last for a long time. But here we have someone who is not a chicken. Because, of course, Manish comes from, you know, here we've firstly heard from two small countries, but then moving on to India, more like an elephant, let me say. Not only an elephant, but also an elephant which, you know, whereas I started off from, in a sense, a rather, you know, dreary European view of the churn, in many respects, India has been, is, and probably will be, one of the winners from this churn. So perhaps, Manish, if you could give us your perspective of what the churn looks like and essentially where you think we're headed.
Well, first of all, Sally, thanks for the elephant and not the rooster. But may I take this opportunity of thanking both the government of Armenia and the Observer Research Foundation for hosting the Yerevan Dialogue and inviting all of us here. With your permission, if we could step back a little, because there are two words in this topic which have a very significant import, especially in today's context and in the context of this discussion. The first is global. and the second is order. When we were growing up, in our geography class, there used to be a globe. The globe used to have countries around it. And the raison d'etre of each country, acting in its best self-interest, created a certain order of things. But the question that we need to ask ourselves is whether the globe is really the world today. And the answer is no. For the simple reason that the internet was the most audacious experiment in anarchy. And it has succeeded. It represents the largest ungoverned space on planet Earth. Never before in the history of humankind has so much power concurrently resided in so many fingertips. There's more data which is churned out today, every day, than from the dawn of civilization till the turn of the third millennium. So what you have is a brick and mortar civilization which had evolved over thousands of years and a virtual civilization which is evolving. And the future of humankind actually lies at the intersection of these two civilizations. And that's represented in the way we spend our day. We might live in the physical space, but we spend a substantive part of our working day in the virtual space. So therefore, when you talk about a globe or a global order, you're really talking about a Westphalian construct, which is completely and absolutely antiquated, fossilized, and outdated. And so therefore, I think you really need to reimagine the global context and its implications in the perspective of the many civilizations we seem to inhabit at the same time. Then, coming to order. Well, whose order? For whom? And created by whom? And it is to order whom? Because the global order that we talk about is fundamentally a European construct. Going back to the peace of Westphalia in 1648, or the concert of Europe, or the First World War, the Second World War, the Cold War, the unipolarity, and the state of flux from 2001 onwards, it really has been a European construct. And so therefore, when you talk about a rules-based order, who makes those rules? And those rules, and who is the rule taker, and who's the rule giver? I think there are certain fundamental concepts which need to be redefined. Before we start looking at the building blocks or what a new global order would really look like. You have to take within its sweep the huge technological changes which have taken place, artificial intelligence, robotics, genomics, and biotechnology and all the other sunrise areas which are creating an alternative civilization. And so therefore, under those circumstances, we still are fixed on the very narrow notion of a global order. So what really inhabits our mind space as we speak is that for the first time after the end of the Second World War, you have three parallel conflicts in three continents playing themselves out. So you have the Russia-Ukraine war going back to 2022. You have the Israel-Hamas situation going back to the October of 2023. And you have the rise of China over the past 2 decades, which by no means has been peaceful. If you look at North Asia, or if you look at the ASEAN region, or if you even look at South Asia. So under those circumstances, I think there is a fundamental need to rethink both these constructs. One, what is the world today? And number two, before we start creating a new order, as we are in the age of monsters, which are the monsters that we really have to tie down. And I'll stop at that.
Absolutely. Zoran, let me turn to you from the elephant back to the chicken. But also, I mean, you know, reflecting on, I think, some of the points that Manish was making, because I think he was making these sort of fairly powerful points with which I totally agree, that in a sense, the order, which is now in churn, was a European order. Of course, a European order that a country like yours, North Macedonia, has been both subject and object in. So perhaps reflect a little bit, looking at it from your vantage point.
Okay, let me first thank you for inviting me on this great forum, actually, the Yerevan Dialogue. I would like to say that, first of all, there were two seminal books in the turn of the 90s, after the fall of the Berlin Wall, which were written on the global level. One was the Francis Fukuyama's The End of History, which talked about the liberal democracy being one of the ultimate regime, which will be established in all over the world, and it will be a sort of peace and paradise. And the other book was the Samuel Huntington's Clash of Civilizations, which advocated that war is a second nature of a manhood, and there are many hotspots in the world where the ethnic tensions thrive, and there will be wars between civilizations. And somehow, looking upon these books 30 years after, we see that Huntington was closer what was going on the geopolitical scene on the level of the world, actually. That the things like identity, territory, blood, and ethnic identity, ethnic tensions are, and also lust for territory, the imperialism of some big powers is actually more powerful than the lust of the people for democracy or establishing economic viable states and prosperity and prospective states. So looking for that point of view, it seems like the countries that are smaller, for instance, North Macedonia, we changed the name in order to become candidates for the European Union and to become members of NATO. And it was an identity issue. And so we called ourselves Macedonia because it is the whole region it is. But it was we were the only state that called itself Macedonia. There was no other state. There is a territory in Greece, of course. And we should have made alliances. So my point is that our actually approach was to make alliances. We became candidates for European Union and became members of NATO. So countries in Europe are maybe either happier than these countries in other places of the world that can still be members of European Union one day. They plan to become members. We will see how it develops. But generally speaking, if you see these three, there are things that are repeating. For instance, Balkan, Caucasus, and Middle East. These are three hotspots for last, let's say, hundreds of years that have been war-torn. Ethnic tensions all over the time. Big powers. We see in Balkans, for instance, big alliances are there, but also NATO and European Union, but also the powers from, let's say, Russia, China, meddling in the region. Everybody has a say in it. It's the same with Caucasus. It's the same with the Middle East. In the Middle East we have Arab countries, Iran, etc., Israel. So I think what will shape the new world order, actually, We see on the other hand the global south, the BRICS countries. What will shape the new world order is again a power. And now we are in the time of the big powers stepping up and measuring their power. And in the end, actually in the close future, we will see that this power will be somehow balanced, and hopefully the new world order will get closer to peaceful solution and the dialogue more than turning into war all of these regions. Thank you.
Thank you, Zoran. And Zig, let me turn to you for a Polish perspective, but perhaps, given that actually, surprisingly, we haven't talked a lot about this up until now, if you could perhaps give us your reflections on one particular aspect of the churn, which obviously is Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and relate it to, some of these bigger global shifts. And in particular, if you could also reflect on one point that was made not in the previous panel, but I think in the panel before that. I can't now exactly remember who said this, but someone said, there are only two players that could actually end this war, and that is the United States and China, which I think kind of reflects, some of the issues that we're talking about. So perhaps we can reflect on that particular question as well.
Thank you, Natalie. Good afternoon, everyone. I come from Poland, a country of dialogue. So I think the right place, Yerevan dialogue, a country of solidarity movement where via dialogue we achieved a chance for a transition of power from communism to democratic country. And last 30 years proven that it's a successful story. We outnumbered all our neighbors from Europe, and even in 2008 Poland was GDP growth positive during the financial crisis globally. Right now, I can be very proud of my country, and I'm very happy of it, but there are concerns. We are building the second largest army in Europe. We are building the third largest army in NATO, US, Turkey, Poland. There is a reason for that. And unfortunately, the reason for that is that we are living at very important and, in my opinion, pivotal moment for global stability, or at least at Euro-Asian stability, because our neighbor, Russian Federation, decided to challenge not only its neighbor, Ukraine, by aggressive attack and declaring war, because it's a war from the 2014, but to challenge the whole community of democratic countries. In Ukraine, we are facing conventional front of this war. In all our democratic countries, we are facing a hybrid challenge dedicated towards influencing our societies. And this is a lesson. This is a lesson not only for democracies which are strong and still suffer. Look at the elections in the United States. Look at the Brexit in the United Kingdom. All of the secret services declared that there was a foreign influence on their electorate processes. This is very concerning, but as effective as a military aggression. And this is something what is a lesson for us. And being here in Yerevan, in Armenia, it's also a pivotal moment. It's a very important moment, in my opinion, but also a very fragile moment. I'm a sailor. When you make a turn, there is this momentum where you can return or you can cross the wind. And I think this is right now, but you can make a turnover. And I think that we need to support Armenia in their choice to join a community of democratic countries, because they already declared it, that they want to join. But price might come. And right now we need to support Armenia, and I encourage Armenian authorities, I was speaking about it with the minister yesterday, to be very brave in announcing those cooperation with other partners. that they want to belong to Euro-Atlantic community. But you asked me about China. I had a number of visits to DC to advocate for American support to Ukraine. And I was honestly surprised how many American politicians are not aware that the consequences of Ukraine as a failed state will have tremendous consequences globally. Because it will be a proof that Ukraine will be abandoned in some sense, that the United States cannot protect the countries that they promise that they will protect. And the consequence will be that the Pax Americana that Natalie mentioned in the beginning will collapse. But I'm not sure if it will be a good. I believe that people want to live in peace, and people don't want to be ruled by authoritarian regimes. Therefore, they struggle to have democratic future. And if we will allow right now a bully, in this case it's the Russian Federation, to go away without a price, every other bully in every corner of the globe will challenge its neighbor if they are only stronger than this argument. So I prefer myself rule of law than rule of power. And China is learning from the crisis, from the war in Ukraine, and if Ukraine will fail, we'll have a next crisis very soon around Taiwan, and it will have tremendous consequences. I'm sorry to be a bit pessimistic, but about the consequences. But I still believe we as the international community will be enough brave to defend our values, like sovereignty, but also believe that people have a freedom of choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Sigyn. We'll come back to this point. Ali, let me turn to you. So, in many respects, you normally stand in this position, right? And you travel the world, panels like this, moderating people like these, and so you're kind of, you live the churn, right? So I'm wondering, in a sense, the question to you is somewhat same and different compared to others, because rather than reflecting from one particular region or thematic area, I'm really wondering if you could kind of reflect on this question by looking at it as how you've observed it, and as I said, in discussions like these around the world, developing, what is this churn that we're talking about, and that in different ways, it's like, again, going back to elephants, right, touching parts of the animal in darkness and not quite figuring the entire shape. How do you see the shape of this churn evolving?
Thank you so much. And indeed, first and foremost, I want to congratulate the Armenian Foreign Ministry and the ORF for this inaugural edition of the Yerevan Dialogue. Wonderful job that they've been doing. And thank you so much to our gracious Armenian hosts. This is my very first time in this country, and I couldn't be more delighted. And thank you for their hospitality. Natalie, you're absolutely correct. Usually those who know me here in the audience know I'm usually sitting at the other end of the spectrum and asking the question. I would even argue that the audio system in the beginning was so confused that I'm not the moderator, that your microphone...
That's why my mic is not working.
Your microphone did not work, because they're like, this cannot be right. But you're right, of course, Natalie. Usually, as somebody who has been moderating and interviewing heads of state, prime minister, president, CEOs, global newsmakers for over 2 decades, really, you do get a glimpse of what is moving and shaking, if you will, on the thoughts of the people. What I, as I believe the only journalist here on this panel, of course, bemoan a little bit, and I think some of you might be able to sympathize, is that we are living in extremely enraged times. We are enraged 24/7, and of course media and social media here play a very, very pivotal role. You know the famous saying, of course, enragement equals engagement, and there's a clear business model for that. Politicians such as yourself here on the stage, you are often find yourself, of course, at the other side of the spectrum, where people voice their displeasure, to put it diplomatically, in your tweets or below your tweets. And I think I don't have the answer, obviously, how to scale it back, because I think the Pandora's box has been opened, the social media aspect, and its tremendous impact has already been rightly touched upon by Manish here on this stage. But we are living in extremely politicized times. And I see this whenever I speak with friends off stage. Usually, you know, those were pretty harmless conversations about where one stands on a certain political subject matter. Now I do see whether, you know, how you stand on certain political subject matters, that it affects friendships as well. And the point I think I'm trying to make is I don't know how to scale down the temperature, to be quite honest, because whenever I do go on stage and whenever I do speak to the distinguished heads of state and so on and so forth, you can have a 60-minute civilized debate here as this one, but whatever ends up on TikTok or Instagram or whatever is that one tiny clip that will go viral. And I think that's a very, very dangerous development. I mean, look at it, Natalie. Tomorrow night or tonight, depending on which time zone you're in, we're going to have a US presidential debate, a very, very consequential one. And already I can tell you that when you wake up tomorrow, because it's probably too late for us to watch it online, some of you political animals out here in the audience, they will stay up. I won't. I will get up in the morning and I will look at my social media and I will get 20 10-second clips about how Donald Trump said something and Kamala Harris said something, and completely the content of what we ought to be discussing in times like these. There are 40 million, nearly 40 million Americans that live in poverty, who I'm sure would like to hear from the two presidential candidates about how to solve the lack of income equality, about how to battle these issues, about how to have an impact that trickles down to their own personal lives. Instead, what you and I will end up with is, you know, most likely than not, Donald Trump making a snark remark towards Kamala Harris, and that will go viral. So it is, because this all, and Natalie, you know it all too well as somebody who's also at the forefront of leading global think tanks, this all has a trickle-down effect to how people believe in democracy, in the political discourse. This is all quite detrimental. And once again, I wish, globally speaking, we could find a way to dial it down a notch, but more often than not, I think the dilemma that we all find ourselves in is this attention-seeking culture and mentality that we're all captured in. And to have civil discussions like these, I think, are indispensable. By the way, I also believe very much in quiet leadership. If you are looking at the countries, the most affluent countries all around the world, at least by GDP per capita, you know, some of those that come to mind are, you know, Switzerland, Norway, you know, Singapore, you know, Ireland, Luxembourg. You know, this is a pretty knowledgeable audience here, but if I went around the room and asked him, who's the president of Switzerland? Who's the prime minister of Norway right now? Even this very distinguished audience would not be able to answer that. And I think that's a healthy thing. I think the focus on leaders and the noise around leaders these days are distracting from the facts, because all of us, and this is my last point, all of us, the ones sitting here in the audience and watching us online, I think we're all searching for a society, and no disrespect obviously to the distinguished ladies and gentlemen here on the stage who have served their nations well, but I think most of us, if not all of us, want to live a life not having to bother and, you know, and affected by politics, if you know what I mean. All of us, we wake up in the morning, we want to get by, we want to raise our kids, we want to have a decent income, try to live in more than peaceful times and not be bombarded 24/7 by increasingly authoritarian and loud leaders. And I think the examples that I just noted, Singapore, name me the Prime Minister of Singapore. Few here in this audience could, but certainly one of the most distinguished countries out there as far as political and economic performance are concerned. So loud is not always good, Natalie. Loud is not always good, and I think this is my appeal, generally speaking, as a journalist, obviously, who usually stands where you stand. If we can get back to more civilized debates and focus more on the content that has a trickle-down effect and an impact on my life as a citizen, rather than the next soundbite, I think that would be a first step.
Yeah, and I think you're right. I mean, this also connects to the points that Manish was making about, the physical and the virtual. I mean, we can be and learn to be, and have rules for the physical, but the problem is the rules for the virtual. So rather than having a second round of questions, I do have other questions to all of you, but I'll kind of, blend them into questions from the floor. I really wanted to open this up now, perhaps collect a few questions. Please introduce yourself. I'll take about 3 or 4 questions if we have any from the floor. I assume that there is a microphone. There's a first question over there to my right, and then another one over here, but we'd need a microphone. Microphone. Do we have a microphone? No, or maybe you can come up here in the meantime. Yeah. As things get ready. Yeah, please. Yeah, I mean, we don't have not here.
So I'm General Shukla from India. I was just wondering, one of the reasons for this volatility in the world order is the opera of failing deterrence that we see. You just look at the Middle East. The Houthis have brought down the 9th MQ-9 Reaper, the mighty Americans. There are CSI studies to say that mighty America doesn't have 7 days of missiles and munitions for a fight in Taiwan. The country that Ali Hassan comes from, Germany, I was reading an article today that at their current rearmament rates, they'll take 100 years to deter Russia. So the question is that why has the West-led order so neglected its deterrence? And President Roosevelt spoke of an arsenal of democracy, that if you have to protect democracies, you must be prepared to invest in deterrence. And I think that is the fundamental reason why these so-called bullies or the aggressors are being encouraged to act. So anyone on the panel would like to react to this? Why has the West-led order failed so miserably in investing in deterrence?
Great. I think that question later, I'll give it to Zig. Other questions? Yeah, please, until we have a mic, which doesn't seem... Yeah, please. Apologies for this. I don't know why we don't have microphones.
Good afternoon. I'm Achal Malhotra, former ambassador of India to Armenia and Georgia. I have a small observation and a very brief question to ask. Well, we are talking about global order or disorder. I think all the fundamental principles which the international community had devised after the World War II, there is nothing wrong with them. Whether it's the principle of sovereignty, territorial integrity, mutual respect, non-interference. The problem is with interpretation, selected approach, and the gap between the rule and the reality. My specific question is, we all talk about that rule of force cannot prevail over the rule of law. But tell me one thing, what is your opinion, any of the panelists? How do you look at the principle of indivisibility of security? Let me elaborate. When one country says, my security is prime, and I don't bother about your security. What do we see? What do we do about it? Specifically, I am referring to the Russia-Ukraine conflict. A group of countries says the Ukraine's security is more important than Russia's concern about NATO coming to the backyard of Russia. And the result we all know what has happened. Then we need to understand from the distinguished panelists what prevails over the other. Is it the territorial integrity or the right to self-determination? This conflict between the two concepts, which prevails over the other? So I think in order to give chance to others, I'll stop at these two. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, final question?
Thank you. My name is Rahim Ushakbayev. I am from Astana, Kazakhstan, and my question is to especially our European colleagues from US. How do you perceive Shanghai Organization of Cooperation and especially BRICS? Do you see as a kind of rivalry? Because what we see from Central Asia, it looks like the big Eurasia is trying to reunite and fill the gaps. What we see, what we feel in providing the security in Central Asia, in the Eurasian continent. But sometimes it looks like our European colleagues and our US colleagues see it as a kind of reunion around the axis of evil. Thank you.
Thank you. So let me perhaps, Zig, turn to you first, if you can address that first sort of Russia-Ukraine question, and then perhaps the follow-up question, Ali, to you, which was, in a sense, it was more about the kind of, the rules, but the practice the selective application, in a sense, of the rules. But then I have several other questions which I wanted to turn to others. Zig.
Yes, thank you. I must agree with question and why the West neglected investment in its own defense. And I 100% agree with Mr. Trump about it. Although I disagree with most of other things with him, but in this case, yes, either you will pay for your own security or someone else will do, but you might not like it. And in this case, the question for the leaders of developed countries was, do you invest mainly in prosperity and well-being of your society, or you invest in defense and potential war, and program your society, your policy to have a war? So the choice was, we have serious partners that respected for decades laws that we agreed, UN system, OECD, Council of Europe, and so on, and we can trust. I must say that I'm speaking broadly that everyone, but honestly, in Poland was for more than a decade very vocal about the threat from Russian Federation towards its neighbors. I like to say that we are immunized from Russian propaganda by our historical experience, so it's more difficult to deceive us. But you're right. So right now we are improving our defense spending, and because there is no more trust anymore, so we have to build large armies. Poland is spending 4.2% GDP on defense, instead of building universities, instead of helping developing countries in struggle to have a sustained democracy. We have to solve the problem that our neighbor decided to create. And I will make a small bridge to the second question. What is the motivation to attack a neighbor? And is it a territorial intervention or something? I think that Russia is the last country in the world that needs more territory. And this is my answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Ali, can you take the double standards question?
The gentleman from Kazakhstan, about how Europe is perceiving the rise of BRICS Global South. to be quite honest, I mean, if you're Western European or if you're North American, you are ignoring and underestimating this area and union at your own peril. I mean, we're talking about a region, if I'm not mistaken, that is made up of 3.5 billion people. That's almost half of the world's population, I think 45% of global population. And if I'm not mistaken, the last numbers I looked up for one of my moderations, that region makes up 35% of the global economy, increasingly so. So I think I'm from Germany, I'm from Europe, a country and continent that is rapidly aging with severe demographic challenges. You know, I think no one, at least not in Europe, maybe my Polish friend would disagree, we have no illusion that the 21st century will be a European one. It is very clear that whether you're talking about India, you're talking about Brazil, you're talking about Saudi Arabia, all these countries that are on the rise and rightfully want their seat at the table, politically at conferences like these, want their voice to be heard and taken into account. That is something that I certainly, as somebody who's moderating at these conferences, the Munich Security Conference, naturally, for years was a very transatlantic affair, for instance. It was very Western Europe / North American, and you do see the changes reflected in the discussion. So I'm not sure, to the gentleman who asked the question, I'm not sure they see it as you pointed out, or at least phrased it, axis of evil. I don't think that is not the case. I think BRICS Global South is certainly the dominant, even though very much understanding that it's not a homogeneous group in any shape or form, and there are political differences, India and China, even amongst themselves, but it is a force to be reckoned with, and we Europeans better do our homework.
Manish, I actually wanted to come back to you for another question that to mind. I think you rightly said, when you were making the point, whose rules and who made them and who for, and I think that point in and of itself is very well taken. The risk, though, that I would like you to address is, in a sense, the opposite to rules is a world of transactionalism, right? A world where, doesn't necessarily mean that you have to compete or conflict. Now you can make deals, but it's essentially it's a ruleless world, which perhaps can bring, as I said, certain advantages to certain countries, but I think it has certain inherent risks. And indeed, I think, whereas it's a legitimate criticism to make, especially by those that made the rules, of saying, well, you're trying to preserve something which is kind of, going, wake up to reality. But those that want and that are rising, and I think India really is, probably the prime example, could you reflect a little bit about, how do we avoid the risk of, sort of rethinking the rules in simply morphing into kind of very cynical, in a sense, transactionalism?
Well, I think, Natalia, you ask a very profound question. See, the difficulty is not so much with the rules. The difficulty is with the selective application of rules.
Which is one of the questions was indeed referring
to. So therefore, if you were to rewind back, those who've made the rules, and obviously because they had the heft and they had the military and the strategic prowess to be able to enforce them, when it comes to their interests, all the rules seem to just go out the window. And I'll give you a very concrete example, addressing the question of deterrence which Gerald Shukla raised. If you were to rewind back to 1994, Ukraine had the third largest nuclear arsenal in the world. It's another matter whether it had the ability to operationalize that nuclear arsenal, because there is a lot of literature which says that the controls were in Russia. But had Ukraine not been completely defanged by the Budapest Memorandum, and those who gave security guarantees that the sovereignty of Ukraine will be protected, and Ukraine would have possessed those weapons as weapons of deterrence, do you think Russia would have invaded Ukraine? The answer is no. So where are those people who actually defanged Ukraine, gave those security guarantees that your sovereignty is indivisible, it's inviolable? Where are they today? It's another thing that you're willing to fight the Russians to the last Ukrainian. But is it what those security guarantees were all about? So therefore, when you talk about a rules-based order, it is the manifest hypocrisy in which these rules have been sought to be enforced. Nobody asks the question, where are those weapons of mass destruction that were supposed to be found in Iraq? What about the whole concept of right to protect? Where does R2P actually give you the right to invade another sovereign country? So I think conceptually, when you are wanting to possibly in this churn try and bring out a better future, this is the time to really reflect on those mistakes and then try and ensure that the rules which are put in place are enforced in an equitable manner. For example, if you look at the United Nations, if the United Nations is still the relevant global body in order to provide a platform for conversations, is the UN really relevant without the other non-governmental stakeholders? Why is it that we missed a golden opportunity time and time again, going back to 2003, to actually have agreed rules of engagement in the virtual space? And today, in our lifetimes, like we saw the rise of the internet, you might see the demise of the internet. You're already seeing the balkanization of the net. China has firewalled the net. It has created a massive intranet. At other places in the world, you have the internet getting defined in terms of cultural values, in terms of spheres of influence. So the point which I am trying to make is that when you talk of a global order in churn, I think it's important to step back, get all the relevant stakeholders, and not only governments, because governments are not the only stakeholders in the new global order, and try and craft something which is equitable, just, and will be enforced impartially.
Thank you. Zoran, on this question of, the selective application of rules, the double standards, in many respects, your country has also been a victim of this, very clearly, in a European context. So perhaps if you could say a few words about how do we go about it? How do you go about it?
Yeah, when I was speaking at the beginning for actually the need for a balance of power, actually the world, the multilateralism is not working. We all know that United Nations is also built after the Second World War, but 5 powers get the right of veto. So the veto power is also within the European Union. The European Union countries have a veto power on vetoing the next candidate on any issue, because as a country candidate for a European Union, we want to actually start the negotiations and be assessed upon standards, European standards, so the Copenhagen criteria, which is rule of law, democracy, human rights, free market. These are the standards for becoming a member of alliance, which is the European Union. But on the other hand, we are blocked by some of our neighbors on bilateral issues, which are issues of identity, denying our right of name, denying our our language, for instance. So we made these history commissions with a couple of our neighbors, actually, Bulgaria and Greece, in order to discuss issues of our identity. And these should become, actually, in the end, a right of these countries to veto our accession to the European Union. And this is not good. And again, multilateralism is not working in our case. For instance, we had previously, during our negotiations, actually, with our southern neighbor, so because they vetoed us to become members of NATO. It was in the late 2008, and we sued them on an international court of justice in Hague, and we got the verdict in our. Actually, we got the verdict that our neighbors should allow us, with the provisional name then in the United Nations, former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia, to become members of NATO. But they didn't allow us. So not only the big powers, but also the regional powers, but also the countries who are small but members in these alliances are using this veto, not following the principles. Later on, we agreed to change our name and we became members of NATO. The same was going on, for instance, with the other neighbor. There are plenty. There are 14 verdicts of European Court of Human Rights that our neighbors should actually register the community organizations of Macedonians in Bulgaria, but they are not doing it. So there are these double standards of European Union. This union which actually cherishes democracy, cherishes human rights, but it's not applying these principles to other candidate members, but assessing them in a more in a way which is using these veto powers for bilateral reasons.
Yeah, indeed, getting rid of that veto would be a pretty good idea. Susie, I'm not going to close without going back to Susie and Zorab. Susie, in a sense, you've been the most constructive voice on this panel, I would say, because you really put the emphasis on, what is it that, including small countries like your own, can do in order to reinforce multilateralism. And I think you also made a very interesting point about, in the sense, a more regionalized responsibilities in solving problems. So could you perhaps just give us a couple, sort of one minute substantiation of the kind of initiatives that countries like your own, especially in Africa, are taking in order to address the many conflicts in your continent?
Thank you once again. Let me start by making and emphasizing a very important issue that we did not speak about it, but Africa is suffering still the consequences. I believe everybody remembers when Libya was invaded. Libya was invaded exactly because the Western countries believed it hosted terrorists, weapons, but nowadays this invasion is still causing consequences in Africa. My region, which is ECOWAS, that I spoke about, has at the moment 4 countries that are in transition. And we'd say, why? I think it's important to explain this. And people start to think these countries, they don't have partnership with countries like France, which are traditional partners. But the main reason is that our countries are suffering of the consequences of the invasion of Libya. The terrorists that were then in Libya, that ran away, they ran away with weapons, and they came down to these African countries, Mali, Niger, and nowadays even Burkina Faso. These countries are really suffering all the consequences of this Western invasion of Libya. And nowadays people are, why African countries are changing their partners? maybe because many of these African countries realized that unfortunately the trust they had in Western countries was not the best trust. So they are changing for new partners like China, like Turkey, and even like Vietnam, which are not the traditional partners, but because in a way they lost the trust in these traditional partners. And I'm sorry for speaking about it. At the same time, this made us realize that we have to find inside our own regional organizations the solutions for our regions, because we realized that the solutions we were having with some partners from Western countries were not the best. And I'm sorry to say, even though they are development partners, they are not making the best bringing the best solutions for Africa. Nowadays, some countries like Nigeria, like Kenya, they can be seen like very developed country with very big economies, because finally they decided to develop internally digital transformation, their own apps, and they're creating really interesting changes and economic transformation in their areas. And we are following up these examples. What's happening is, instead of looking at Western countries now as an example, we start to looking between us, African countries, the example how to develop. And we start looking at the BRICS as an example how to develop. This is just to give you an idea of sometimes the idea of what is best for Africa from the Western country is not really what is best for us African for our development. Thank you.
Thank you, Susie, for that. I think those very important words. Zorab, let me end with you and ask you to address Zig's kind of remarks actually to you. Well, not to you, but to Armenia. Given that a lot of this conversation is about the agency that countries, including small countries, have, is this not the time for Armenia to apply for EU membership?
Applying to the EU membership is, in my view, it's a mechanical process. The critical question is the fundamental. The fundamental question is about building the national consensus about the organizing principles in the country, which takes values such as collective freedom, the value of sovereignty, and the organizing principles of the way in which this public, political, economic, social life in the country is built. On that basis, the foreign policy is an instrument of consolidating the national priorities, which are homegrown, which are about the home. With that in mind, I would say, I have always been an advocate, or I was always saying that, believe deeply that democracy in the case of Armenia is not a mere choice of a political system. It's a security issue amongst other things. Yes, personally, I believe that I prefer to be free personally, and I want to be governed by the rule of law in my relations with other free participants in our public life. So, in basic terms, the question of membership in the European Union, of application to the European Union, it's not very much about that actual act. Sure. But it's about building such, circles, foreign policy kind of extended engagements which support your national priorities. Because applying to the European Union is a very good thing to do maybe, but there is also one thing, geography. We cannot change geography, and geography has its own realities. So we have to combine one with the other and work out that kind of a strategic, approach in foreign policy, which combines the realities. We have, in the beginning, we have also spoken about the challenges we already have about these global churns, right? So that has also needs to be kind of, factored into our thinking. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Thanks to, I've got to close this. Thanks to all of my wonderful panelists. I hope you've enjoyed this discussion. I'm not quite sure how much break we have, but Thanks again.
Natalie, I just wanted to say that
he took it.
I still break the system. I'm
Thank
sorry,
you.
but you know we have to be disruptive sometimes. You know, I'm really happy that we have a dialogue and we allow to have a voice for powers that are sometimes aggressive, like Russia. But it would be good, I think, for all of us and a country like Armenia to have also a voice of victims. So I hope that at the second edition we'll have a voice, for instance, of Ukrainians as well. I think it would be a lesson for all of us. Just reflection.
Thank you
very
so much to our wonderful panelists and our amazing moderator for this very, very interesting session. And we will move directly to the next session. We have a very quick technical check, and then we will move to our next session. We have all our speakers here already. Please remain seated.
Mr. Greg? Hi, hello, mic check, 1, 2. Hi, mic check, 1, 2, okay? Hello, 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 mic check, 1, 2. Which one?
May I request the moderator and the speakers on the stage, please? Charlie? Thank you all. We move to the next session, Climate Security in the Era of Uncertainty. And we have with us our moderator, Shaili Kedia, Senior Fellow and Associate Director with the Energy and Resource Institute of India. Could I request my colleagues to play the slide with Shaili's designation? Thank you. Next, we have our Minister from India, His Excellency Kirti Vardhan Singh, Minister of State for Environment, Forest, Climate Change, and Minister of State for External Affairs, India. Sir, would you join us on the stage, please? We have Mr. Dimitri Mariasin, who is the Deputy Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe. Dimitri, could we have you on stage? Perfect. Next, we have Joshua Wycliffe, who's the Chief of Operations with the International Solar Alliance. Joshua? We have Fabrice Bolange, Associate Professor and Research Director with the University of Lyon from France, joining us. And last, we have Victoria Panova, who's the head of BRICS Expert Council, the Vice Rector at HSC University, and the Sherpa for the W20 from Russia, joining us. Thank you all for joining us, and Shaili, over to you, please.
Thank you so much. I'd like to begin by thanking the organizers for bringing us all together. Very good afternoon, distinguished delegates. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to today's session on climate security in the era of uncertainty. My name is Shaili Kedia, and I'm honored to be the moderator for this session today. We indeed have a very distinguished panel of leaders and experts from across the world who will bring together different perspectives on the topic. Climate change undoubtedly is the most pressing issue for humanity and the planet. Climate crisis could potentially become the ultimate weapon of mass destruction if left unaddressed. From severe floods to heat waves and wildfires, the countries across the world have seen the worst. in the past 1 year. Rooted in historical emissions, climate response calls for equitable solutions based on principles of common but differentiated responsibility and respective capability. 3 threat narratives form the basis of climate security. These include the impacts on military infrastructure, the role of security forces in disaster relief, and climate-induced conflicts that demand traditional security, attention, and solutions. Multilateral action under the UNFCCC and the Conference of Parties COPs have seen slow progress, which highlights global governance challenges. There's also political deadlock in the UN Security Council, arising from fears of weaponizing climate change at the expense of development, and that too by a non-representative global body. So, perhaps the solution lie even in regional level and country levels and bodies like G20, BRICS, and the International Solar Alliance. So before moving on to the panel discussion, I would like to introduce the flow of the session. We will have 2 rounds of questions. I kindly request the panelists to stick 2 minutes. Of course, the Honorable Minister will start with a formal statement, and after which, we will go to the other panelists. And I request the panelists to please stick to the allotted time, and this will allow us for a Q&A segment and closing remarks towards the end. I'm sure we are all looking forward to the thought-provoking and engaging conversations with our esteemed panelists. Without further ado, let us begin the discussions. So Shri Kirti Vardhan Singh, Honorable Minister of Environment and the Minister of State for External Affairs in India, welcome. India is a vulnerable country, and at the same time, it is projected to be a global leader on climate change. I would request you to please share your insights as to the approach taken by India with respect to the topic. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, and namaskar to everyone. At the outset, you have given me 2 minutes, but I'm afraid I might exceed that time limit, so please bear with me. I have prepared a brief statement on what our country is doing and regarding climate change. So I'll start with that, and I hope that answers most of the questions that one would be having in mind. So at the outset, let me welcome Mr. Joshua Wycliffe, Chief of Operations of International Solar Alliance, Ms. Francois Jacob, United Nations Resident Coordinator in the Republic of Armenia, and Dr. Victoria Panova, Head of the BRICS Expert Council and Vice Rector at the HSE University. So I'm delighted to be here today to address such a distinguished gathering, and I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the government of Armenia and the ORF Foundation for organizing this dialogue. I bring warm greetings from India, a country deeply committed to environment stability and sustainability under the visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji. We all realize that the climate crisis is no longer a distant warning anymore, and it is time to realize that it's a grim existential threat which is already affecting populations worldwide, from floods stretching from the Middle East to China to destructive heat waves across Southern Asia and wildfires ravaging the Western world. The planet is clearly in distress, and we need to do something about it. As a country facing the wrath of natural disasters, we are painfully witnessing that climate change is no longer just an environmental issue, but it has rapidly evolved into a major threat to global security, economic stability, and to the peace and survival of our civilization. Countries of the global south, such as Darfur or Sudan, where water resources have become scarce, and the low-lying islands of the Indian and Pacific Oceans, which are particularly vulnerable to the looming climate crisis, and countries like Kiribati, Solomon Islands, Tuvalu, and the Maldives, which face an existential threat as the rising sea levels threaten to submerge their lands. For them, climate change is a matter of life and death. It threatens their very existence as countries and as civilizations. These nations, which are the front line of climate crisis, require urgent international support to ensure their survival. While climate change is really the primary cause of conflict, it can act as a risk multiplier, exacerbating underlying vulnerabilities and compounding existing grievances. The effects of climate change, together with increased competition for natural resources, may, under certain circumstances, have the potential to cause social, economic, or political instability. We stand firm in dealing with these pressing concerns of urgent importance. Under the able leadership of Prime Minister Modi, we are determined to not only take resolute steps on the climate mitigation front, but also work towards climate justice. As much as we are committed to the idea that fighting climate change is a collective global responsibility, we also feel that it must be in tune with the principles of common but differentiated responsibilities. In other words, the developed world should not and must not shy away from its duty of doing more in this endeavor and help the developing nations to keep the commitments towards poverty eradication while at the same time to achieving their nationally determined contributions. In this regard, I'd like to reiterate our government's position on climate matters and issues concerning that. Firstly, we agree that climate change is a pivotal challenge of our times. We concur that the international community that global warming is anthropogenic and centuries of incessant and insatiable quest for industrialization and modernization has landed us in this situation, where unexpected weather patterns, unforeseen changes in glacial ice, rising sea levels, and frequent natural disasters have become the new normal in the world today. As members of the Global South, we share concerns about erosion of developed world's commitments on climate finance, technology transfer, and capacity building. We stand firm that transformative mitigation policies and technology for adaptation are a necessity, and that the developed world has a responsibility to share technological know-how and resources in dealing with these challenges. Under the leadership of our Prime Minister, India has embarked on a transformative journey towards sustainable development through comprehensive and visionary climate initiatives. India recognizes the urgency of climate crisis and the immense responsibility it bears as a developing country with a large population and complex environmental challenges. Our Prime Minister's Panchamath initiative, announced at the COP26 summit at Glasgow, embodies India's climate action blueprint. This strategy includes our five-fold commitment towards, number one, reaching net zero emissions by 2070, reducing the total projected carbon emissions by 1 billion tons by 2030, generating 500 gigawatts of renewable energy by 2030, and increasing the share of non-fossil fuel energy capacity to 50%, and lastly, reducing the carbon intensity by 45% by 2030. Our ambitious goals are complemented by other transformative initiatives, such as the International Solar Alliance, which was co-founded by India and dedicated to expanding the use of solar energy globally. We stand committed to moving away from non-renewable to sustainable, renewable, and clean sources of energy by 2030. Another example of our steadfast commitment to fighting climate change is our Mission Life, which basically means lifestyle for environment and promotes a sustainable way of life rooted in mindful consumption and with environmental responsibility. As our Prime Minister has aptly said, while we may be used to having Plan A and Plan B, there is no Planet B. We only have planet Earth, and so we must remember that we hold this planet merely as trustees for our future generations. This profound statement underscores the reality that climate action is not a choice, but it's an urgent necessity. More importantly, it is a moral responsibility towards our future generations. This is a principle India as a Vishwa Bandhu follows, and we have to work as one family, one community of nations, in dealing with these transnational challenges which transcend national boundaries and affect populations across the globe. I hope that during our deliberations today, we will have open, candid, and frank discussions on whether multilateral institutions such as the UNFCCC and the COP meetings can strengthen their mechanisms to address the cross-cutting impact of climate change. And in our discussions today, we must examine whether our existing multilateral governance architectures are agile enough to effectively grapple with the evolving climate-induced security challenges. Our collective goal should be to ensure that global climate governance mechanisms evolve to not only mitigate climate impacts, but also adapt to them in real life. Green financing, technology transfers, and knowledge sharing must be at the core of our cooperative efforts. We should seize this opportunity to forge strong partnerships that will not only enhance our capacity to mitigate climate change, but also build a more resilient and a sustainable world. With that, I wish you all a very successful, enriching, and productive dialogue ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister Singh, and also for highlighting the importance of means of implementation, where we do see a lot of erosion from the global north. Also, thank you for highlighting the importance of adaptation, which is indeed very important when it comes to climate security. I would now like to turn to our next speaker, Mr. Dimitri Maryasin, who is the Deputy Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe. So, sir, your first question is, how is UNECE addressing climate-linked security risks in fragile and conflicted areas in Europe and the neighborhood?
Thank you very much. And it's a pleasure for me to be here as part of this distinguished panel. I think before addressing your direct question, we need to agree on what we mean by climate security, because one can talk about politics of climate, one can talk about climate and security as an agenda for discussion, or one can talk about actually climate security, rather climate insecurity, which is prevailing globally and making lives of millions of people around the world miserable. Let me start maybe with the last bit. 40% of the world's population are considered highly vulnerable to climate change. This is the latest IPCC data, and we're not talking about a marginal problem here. We're talking about a global risk of the magnitude that we have not faced. 8% of GDP is one of the estimates, is the cost associated with addressing the climate agenda in developing countries alone. And then we know that these figures translate into human lives and tragedies. Let me bring it to the region that you asked me about, though the difficulty for me, of course, is that UNECE covers 56 countries from Canada to Tajikistan. So when I pick examples, I can be quite creative. But let me start with giving you the example of Central Asia, the neighborhood for this region. Over the past 50 years, Central Asia lost 1/3 of its glaciers. And it's not just about glaciers, it's about ecosystems, livelihoods, and a way of living for millions of people. According to some estimates, there are some 2 to 3 million climate migrants already in Central Asia. So we are talking about a set of insecurities that then translate into what many call a propensity for extremism in the region, what many call the crisis of illegal migration in some parts of the world. But we do need to remember that underlying conditions are poverty, inequality, and deprivation, and very often they are driven by climate change. So now, if we talk about climate security, we can talk about what climate change actually does to the economies and the societies. And here we need to bring such examples as the drought in 2023 and I bring another example from our region, in France, that has led to a country actually temporarily halting its nuclear reactors. We bring the examples of transport corridors, a lot of talk about the Trans-Caspian corridors, various routes, alternative supply routes to Europe in the context of the war in Ukraine, and yet nobody is actually considering, well, we do at UNICE through our International Transport Observatory, what is going to be the impact of climate change on the routes of corridors being developed now. So we need to now be looking at the future of energy mix. Nuclear or not is a choice you cannot just make on economic or ideological grounds. Transport corridors going via one country or another is not just a choice you can make geopolitically or purely on economic grounds. You would need to consider, and we do this through a GIS-based application where you put a layer of climate risks, be it drought or flooding. You need to consider climate risks. But this is not all. And I leave you with the thought that, and I'm happy to continue in the second part of the panel, that you need to actually evaluate also the choices we need to make in our economies and our societies to address the impact of climate change. And here, and I will speak about this, water is the key question. Water scarcity is going to be potentially a make it or break it for humanity, and it is directly linked to both the effects of climate change and also what choices we make to respond to it, especially for climate change mitigation. And another one is critical minerals. The world faces a literal dilemma. If we have if we need to quadruple green energy production, including e-mobility, does it mean we need to potentially triple the mining of critical minerals in some of the most vulnerable and poorest countries of the world? So I'll leave you with this thought, and in the second part, I'll be happy to give you some examples of our work that addresses these issues, including through regional cooperation.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mariason. And thank you for sharing UNEC's effort of integrating climate risks in infrastructure and transport corridor planning. We will now go to Mr. Joshua Wycliffe, who is the Chief of Operations Officer at the International Solar Alliance in India. ISA, as you all know, is an international intergovernmental body. So Joshua, your question is, India has been advocating, and ISA also has been supporting the idea of one world, one sun, and one grid. So and in the morning discussions also we saw how connectivity is one of the key pillars of regional cooperation. So what is ISA doing in terms of the regional infrastructure around solar energy?
Thank you, moderator, and I also want to thank the government of Armenia and ORF for having us here for this event, 2 days event. We're grateful for giving us an opportunity to come here and share our experiences. The One World, One Sun, One Grid, shortened by the name OSHA-WOG, was the vision that was set by one of the co-founders, that's the government of India and the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Basically, the sun never sets, as we all know. Some part of the earth has a sunrise and a sunset as well. So that was a basic principle of how we could utilize and maximize the sunshine. And that, of course, with the addendum of having the opportunity to be able to store electricity from solar means, was the way forward. So countries are coming in, but with a world filled with geopolitical issues and other factors that govern, it of course has been taking its own time. But the successful thing that's come out of it is the modeling that goes from OSHA-WOG is to be able to cross-border trade. And I'm going to go a bit further into it. If you have to trade power or solar energy across the border, you must have security, energy security yourself. You must have sufficient for yourself and your populations to that extent that you're able to sell or trade what is surplus within your borders. So to be able to do that, if we can realistically ask ourselves how many countries today can have its own and fulfill its own requirements before exporting, we are still learning. The curve is growing as we learn every day, day in and day out. So I was also going to go into further the political stability of a country, to be able to achieve energy security within its borders, has several factors. I'm just going to talk about one, which is basically the lesser the socio-economic grievances, the lesser the inequality, the lesser the poverty and marginalization, the quicker you become energy secure within your borders. I was going to give an example. I was posted as Secretary of State for Environment for one of the small island states from my government. And one of those things I noticed was these are small island development states where, with the sea level rise, as the Honorable Minister was mentioning, some of those islands lose inches by the year. The coastal erosion happens so bad that on a night when there is a huge king tide, waters rush into your bedrooms, washing off cattle, properties, and lives as well. And this is a phenomenon during every cyclone season. So this leads to not just protests among the community, but an unease among the community and poses a great challenge for the government of the day. And all these form the part of the vision of Honorable Prime Minister of India when ISA was born, to be able to bring forth a model that could make sure countries, small island states, least developed countries, could become self-sufficient and energy secure. And of course, then we speak about Oshawag and being able to order. So there have been very good, efficient modeling within which you could provide nature-based solutions on the coastal zones, which today cost only 1/10 the cost of building a sea wall and securing your coastlines across several communities. So ISA is able to provide solar support, solar energy through mini-grid, energizing communities at 1/4 the cost of what your hydro could cost today across some of these communities. I will be able to give examples or exemplars in my second round, but some of those countries have had political unrest inside, and these solutions today are providing transformative steps towards stability among communities within some of these island states. I was also going to talk about African nations. 8 out of the 10 countries that have had conflicts in Africa have belong to the LDCs, the least developed countries. And one of the reasons that is if you're not secure within your borders, then obviously you're opening the pathway towards conflicts, not just within yourself, but without as well. So about a year ago, I was accompanying my team. One of the missions in the team was to be able to build capacity within the country to be able to take care of their own renewable energy means in terms of maintenance of equipments and being able to provide energy and not be dependent across borders for their maintenance of their solar equipment. So as we drove past those roads for our meetings with the minister, we saw every 200 meters we had checkposts. Every other block was bullet-ridden, marking a testament of how much unrest had affected energy security within the borders. So that nation started from ground zero that day in being able to build capacity. Today, it can boast of 60% capacity to fulfill its own solar means. And it's in the forefront of states that have faced conflict, but today are on the pathway of recovery. So it's in these areas of conflict, in these areas of difficulty and challenging times, that the International Solar Alliance is able to provide that kind of intervention so that the nation becomes energy secure within its borders. Thank you.
Thank you, Joshua, for talking about how important energy security is and the work ISA is doing to ensure energy security, including in conflict areas. So I'd like to move on to the next speaker, Dr. Fabrice Poulenc, who's an associate professor and research director at the University of Lyon 2 in France. So you work a lot on Middle East region. So how do you foresee climate change and climate-induced migration intensifying political instability in an already volatile Middle East region?
Yeah, thank you for your invitation and this question. Yeah, climate change become a very new important parameter in geopolitics. And this morning we spoke about the Crossroads for peace, and we haven't speak about the climate change and the conflict who could damage this project. It's something that Armenia should take in consideration with the example of Middle East, for instance, because Middle East is a major crossroad in the world with the Red Sea, but also with the Silk Road, and the new corridor, India, Saudi Arabia, Mediterranean Sea, and one corridor from the Gulf to Turkey through Iraq, who is under building. But how to be a crossroad in stable environment, and stable environment provided by climate change, because Middle East is facing major security challenge from its vulnerability to climate change and violent conflict. It's the world's most water-stressed countries. Water is rationing in many countries like Iraq, Syria, Jordan. And this is creating, of course, migration, not international migration too much for the moment, internal migration, but this internal migration are damaging the stability of the countries. Many countries are vulnerable because of their weak adaptive capacity to climate change. It's the case, of course, of Syria, Yemen, because they are still in civil war, and you have no more governance, no more state able to help the population to rebuild their home, their economy, or if people rebuild, it's without any consideration for climate change. I was last year in Raqqa, in Syria, a very famous city because it was under the control of Daesh. People rebuild the houses, and you need AC in summer, you need cooling in winter. They are sacrifice the environment just because they need to survive. And so today, Syria, it's an end way for any crossroad in the area because of this local instability, because this about the huge number of IDPs were in the country, more than 6 million, and this is not sustainable at all for everybody who would like to invest in the country for make a road. There is a lot of speculation about the Chinese road for Syria, but it's not possible at all in such situation. Another case, very interesting, it's the case of Iraq. Iraq is a wealthy country, but unfortunately the governance is weak, and there is no vision, there is for the future, there is no adaptation to climate change. I visited the city of Basra this year, South Iraq, where Iraq and Turkey and Gulf countries want to create this huge corridor from the Gulf to Turkey and Europe. It's not anymore it's not anymore Mesopotamia, it's not anymore agricultural land, it's just salty and dry land. If you visit this area of Iraq, it's a disaster. You will be very surprised by the disaster. So most of the rural population is moving to the city of Basra. Now Basra is probably 5 million of people. And a few years ago you have huge demonstration because you have salty water, you have no electricity. What does it mean in summer where it's up to 50 degrees during months? It's impossible to live in Basra without IC and without electricity. So the governor of the city finds a solution. He's providing now electricity 24 hours to the population for free. For free. What does it mean? People have IC, even in sustainable settlement. They don't invest in good housing able to prevent the houses to be hot. It's just unsustainable, very costly and unsustainable. And what will happen if you have an electric shutdown during summer because people use too much electricity? You will have just 5-6 million of people who will take the car and try to move north to Kurdistan area, to Kurdish mountain, because you have fresh air. I don't think that the local population in the Kurdish mountain will welcome this population, from the south, and you will have this internal migration, forced migration, will provoke a conflict. It's clear, and you can forget the dream of Iraqi corridor. So the conclusion, it's how countries who could adapt to climate change, like Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Emirates, because they have means, they have money, they have good governance, could build a future in an unstable environment with neighbors who are just inferior. It's just impossible. And if we think a little bit about the conflict today in Red Sea between Yemen and Saudi Arabia, you have a part of climate change in the Yemeni situation, in the Yemeni civil war. And it's not just by an agreement between Iran and Saudi Arabia through China, but you will solve the problem. And the poor Yemeni people will still strike Saudi Arabia or the vessel in Red Sea just because they want Saudi pay for help them to fight the climate change, to adapt to the climate change, to have a better life. It's kind of a blackmail from the poor to the rich country. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Balalke. And thank you so much for highlighting the fact that based on your work, you've seen that internal unrest can actually weaken adaptive capacity and include fragility of states. And thank you so much for your remarks about the Middle Eastern region. I'd now like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Victoria Panova. She is the head of BRICS Expert Council, as well as the Vice Rector of HSC University and the Women 20 Russian Sherpa. So, Victoria, BRICS countries face diverse climate challenges. What are the key security risks that BRICS members need to prioritize for addressing climate-driven instability?
Thank you, Chair. And allow me to start with thanking the organizers for inviting and holding such a wonderful event. ORF India always makes great endeavors and great forums, as well as Armenian friends. It's good to be on this hospitable land and have very different, very diverse discussions and learn something new. So, as we had already heard from all the other speakers, some of them concentrating more on the global agenda, but with some regional aspects as well. Yes, of course, we are in a still difficult situation despite numerous efforts that are taken, probably not always with too much sincerity, by governments, by international organizations, and let's say not enough and too late. And that is why, according to the United Nations, I will get some bread from Dmitry, last year was the hottest year on record, with global average temperatures soaring of approximately 1.45 centigrade above average, the pre-industrial levels. And this year, WMO confirmed that for the next 4 years, we will have like 80% of probability temperature exceeding this 1.5 degrees centigrade in the world. And also last year, their emissions hit the new high. Of course, we understand, and the statistics show that the growth rate of those emissions, it has slowed down, but at the same time, it continues to have an upward trajectory. BRICS, definitely BRICS are very diverse, so it would not be really possible to say, okay, this is like a single grouping with a single set of problems, including in climate change. And thus BRICS encompass the world in this regard, and the problems also and risks associated with climate change as well. Yes, BRICS countries account for quite a lot of emissions at the moment, and unfortunately, we are not different from the rest in terms of the trajectories. It also continues to grow, but there is some progress. And we as Expert Council, together with the BTTC, with their help, we are doing their monitoring, which we agreed back in 2020, of our own performance. And what we found out, that probably the country that could be commended most out of all of us currently is the South Africa, that has been significantly reducing its carbon footprint lately. All of us are vulnerable to climate security risks. And as I said, we are in all our diversity, also seeing the different problems ahead of us. If you look at like index as a whole, without picking the problems, then out of us, Ethiopia, India, and Egypt would be most vulnerable to their incoming climate risks. And we heard His Excellency, Honorable Minister, talking about what's being done, which is also quite impressive. But for example, if we look at the Gulf countries or North Africa and the countries of BRICS from there, they are mostly exposed to severe water stress, and Dmitry has pointed this out as well. If we look at China and India, of course there are other problems that arise, but they are vulnerable to air pollution, and this is one of the key issues. If we look at Russia, one of the main problems would be melting of the permafrost, which is significantly, as a result, influencing the whole ecosystem. So, but at the same time, with those issues being different and those risks being different, we still need, and we are trying to have the approach that would ensure the climate security for each of our countries, but also for the rest of the world. And one of the ideas that was coming, and of course, with BRICS countries being emitters, but also being contributors to the global good. Look at Brazil or Russia, or and other BRICS countries with big amounts of forests and sweetwater sources. This is contributing to their general good, and I think more needs to be done in terms of policy in each of the country to sustain it as a way forward. If you look at other issues, by now emissions are counted by production. And we've been discussing it within the G20, and I know you will be, there will be a question later on, but also within the BRICS, that we need to be approaching the problem of dealing with climate change also from the point of view of who are the consumers. This is important. So consumption based, not only production based. So this needs to have a different approach to the problem, and we have here a very knowledgeable person from Russia heading the laboratory of climate economics, who's been working on this for several years, and I hope finally will come up with their solution and come to with this idea that would be accepted around the world. Another set of issues is that when we talk about climate change, it's often, and it is one of the associated with their energy transition and energy resources. And what is happening in BRICS countries is that a lot of those are relying on carbon fossil fuels. We look at South Africa, we look at India, even China, a lot of coal is still used. And while lots of efforts are taken in order to transit
Victoria, requesting you to just
to cleaner energy sources. We understand that this transition should be taken, and this is important, this is one of the key approaches. This transition should be taken in response and taken into account their development models and their needs, because there cannot be in climate change one-fits-all approach. And this is probably one of the common principles that BRICS is also sharing, but I will talk more about it on the second round. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Victoria, and thank you so much for highlighting even issues like permafrost, which, in fact, are quite important in this discourse. I just want to, I think, considering that, we are severely running out of time, and that most of the speakers really overshot the time by almost double, I think we can take a round of questions, and I'll add my own questions to the audience question and pose to each one of you. And, you can add that with your closing remarks. So, maybe we can take 3 questions from the audience. Yes, sir. Can someone, yes, they're the volunteers coming with the mic. And also requesting you to please introduce yourself and keep the questions brief.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Achal Malhotra. I'm former Indian ambassador to Armenia and Georgia. First of all, thank you very much to all the distinguished panelists for their insights and educating us on a very important issue. My Honorable Minister has dwelt at length many aspects of this issue. Fortunately, there is an international consensus that climate change is no more a myth, it's a reality. We also have a consensus that it's a collective responsibility. And also, there is a sort of acceptance of India's position that the developing world, it's a common but differentiated responsibility, and the developing world must come forward. So my question is, are we happy with the climate finance pledges that have been made by the developed world so far? Are they living up to the expectations? Because this is a global problem. Unless the largest number of countries in this world, which belong to the global south, are not able to undertake the required measures, all other efforts will be useless. So, from any of the panelists, are you happy with the level of assistance that so far has been provided? If not, what can be done to force or motivate the developed world? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ambassador, for your question. The second question there.
Hello, I'm Ornelia Tsuchi from Albania, and I used to represent almost 44 countries in the GCF Green Climate Fund board. So my question is, what about adaptation? Mr. Mariasin talked about mitigation and the importance of the mitigation, but what about adaptation? And in the meantime, what about the funds? So the environmental issues has a slogan, the polluter pays. And what about the countries that they are the biggest polluters? And I'm talking about the non-Annex 1 countries. Thank you.
Is there any other question? Yes, requesting the first row, please. Thank you.
My name is José Ignacio Pradas. I'm EU high-level advisor to the government of Armenia. I'm based here. What about technology transfer? I mean, we are speaking about mitigation, but the funds, we need a new, in my opinion, is a new financial international architecture, how to make possible technology transfers and particularly to use the talent of less developed countries.
Okay, maybe we'll take one last question there. Yeah.
Sure. Madalitso Piri is my name. I'm a research fellow in South Africa. My question is just around considering that we're not talking about the transnational impacts or transnational injustices that have actually formed climate crisis. What are the potential realities of thinking about climate change as an issue of climate reparations as opposed to these elusive realizations And I think that has to pay attention to the particular effect, specifically I'm thinking of the issues that Dimitri had raised around China and the shift that has actually taken place, that the Western countries continue to rely on China as a factory of the world, right? And then to recuse the region, the West, from the responsibilities of thinking about the transnational issues or transnational injustices that have shaped the global system in the current. Yeah.
Thank you. I think we will take these questions now. So, Honorable Minister, you can take this question. Are we happy about the pledges from the Global North? And Dimitri, to you, what about adaptation? Joshua, to you, what about technology transfer? Is ISA facilitating technology transfer? And also, like, considering that many of the countries of ISA are also very, they don't have the technology, they do need technology transfer. Victoria, you could elaborate a little bit on the idea of climate justice. And Fabrice, maybe you could talk about, we're talking about climate security. You think it's more of an issue that is interstate or intrastate? So we'll just go in this order, but I'll just request the panelists to be brief. So, Minister Singh, over to you.
So the question is regarding...
Are we happy?
Are we happy with the... if you really want me to put it in black and white, the voice of the Global South, we are not. We started with the initial figures of 100 billion, but the latest IPCC report has clearly stated that it'll require around $4 to $5 trillion for the developing nations to keep up with their mitigation and adaptation strategy. Well, we all know the figures that are already there and what we have expected and what we have got as nations. And I really need not contemplate on it further. We need to continue to negotiate at the forthcoming COP meetings, especially in regarding the principles of CBDR, where we talk about the common but differentiated responsibilities in accordance with our respected capabilities. So the developing nations, in my view, definitely need that finance and technological support so that they can meet up with their targets. And I think that is a hard reality. I would also like to address a few other issues that have been raised by the panelists regarding security, climate security. I would like to point out that our country is majorly an agricultural country where more than 50% of our population are engaged in agriculture. And agriculture, as you know, is very heavily dependent on water and the climate conditions. We are already undergoing a very harmful climate change, which is affecting our agricultural produce. But as far as the water is concerned, and before me it was raised in the panel, that the water is going to be a critical component for climate security. Most of our rivers have their sources in the Himalayas and are outside the national boundary. It is just a scenario that can happen that if those sources are interfered with, it is going to affect lakhs of our population downstream who depend on the water for the produce. Similarly, our monsoons, which come from over the oceans, they supply us rain and water which recharges our groundwater. The ocean is an international territory, and if a country, at the pretext of, let's say, carrying out experiments or studies, seeds those clouds before they reach our shores, and those clouds drop the water in international waters, is there an international mechanism or rules to address these kinds of questions that can come up in the future? I don't think there are, and they need to be addressed. A panelist talked about the Siberian and how the permafrost is melting there. That melting of that permafrost is going to raise is going to release billions of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. That is caused by global warming, that is caused by burning of forests in other parts of the world, and increasing of these greenhouse gases. Now, who exactly is responsible for what, and how can those responsibilities be, first of all, allocated and addressed in terms of adaptation and mitigation strategies? And while this question continues, we also need to look inwards and look at our own consumption patterns, which is mission life as propagated by our Prime Minister, and try to live as sustainable a life as possible so that we can, at an individual basis, contribute towards fighting climate change.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Minister Singh, for also highlighting the aspect of individual lifestyles. So over to Dimitri. So what about adaptation and how is this being addressed by UNECA?
Thank you. Before I go to adaptation, though, I want to pick up on the comment about transnational reparations. I think before we talk about reparations, we need to talk about more transnational cooperation. There are mechanisms, there are solutions, there are legal frameworks that actually allow, for example, countries sharing basins, lakes or rivers to cooperate, including on the most acute climate-related issues. And UNECE, of course, hosts the Water Convention, which is now global, covering countries in Africa, Latin America, and Southeast Asia, and of course many in Europe. And we have seen how countries cooperating on these issues within the Water Convention can achieve results. I'll give you an example from outside of our region, where in 2020, Brazil, Paraguay, and Argentina used the principles of the convention to establish a regime of operations for the Itaipu hydroelectric dam. That has already led to more cooperation, to practical results through so-called water windows. Agreeing on water use helps address intermittent shortages and water stress. This is one of the very specific ways in which, through the Water Convention and related basin organization instruments, we can address climate change adaptation. So can we do more, including in this region? Of course, we know that Armenia is not yet a party to the Water Convention, but we are very reassured by the recent steps taken between Armenia and Georgia, for example, to start working on the monitoring of some of the shared rivers. This is a very welcome step, and we can do more. On adaptation further, on energy, I mentioned before the resilience of infrastructure. So we have launched a coalition for disaster resilient infrastructure, as part of which a community of practice on resilient infrastructure for energy transition. We need to be seriously considering the effects on climate change on production. And if the Honorable Minister permits me, the example I have in my talking points is actually from India. The devastating glacial lake outburst flood in Teesta Valley resulted in the loss of 1,200 megawatts of generation capacity within 1 hour. What country on earth is ready for this? What kind of investments and what kind of investment strategies do we need to foresee such eventualities, prepare, build scenarios, and then build in agility in the way the water, energy, and food security nexus is managed? Because ultimately what we're talking about here is how do we manage the water, food, energy nexus to prevent the worst of the climate disasters affecting millions more people than they are already affecting today.
Thank you so much, Dimitri. Over to you, Joshua. What would you like to add on technology transfer?
Sure, thank you. One of those things that is very crucial for cross-border capacity building is being able to establish technologies elsewhere. Technology that has been successful in one country, being able to transfer it to elsewhere. If you looked at India, when India started its renewable journey, and today if you look at the cost of energy per kilowatt, it's gone down by 4 times, making it so attractive. It's all because of 2 things. One is the policy, the role that policy played on India, and then how this could be transferred to other countries. A lot of countries still today struggle with the lack of policy to be able to attract international investment. The lady in white asked about financing and funding. So crucial is when you have the technology and when you're able to show a tangible model on the ground with a successful technology and a successful policy that wraps itself around the technology, the sky's the limit. You're able to showcase that, sell that to multilateral banks and even organizations like the GCFs and the GEF and all these organizations, because they all want to see something that has a touch and feel before they open their wallets. So it's very important that you are able to, and I'll give you a lot of these exemplars that we have at the International Solar Alliances. The most recent one is, I was aware of a small island state where there was racial disharmony within one community. One community set up a public rental housing, social housing. And ISA stepped in. I was able to, and one of the key issues there was the lack of electricity, consistent electricity. So we were able to come in with a mini grid solution to be able to provide non-stop power supply to that family and reducing the cost of power by half or less than half. So one of those things was the technology that worked in universal access within the Indian small community villages was directly uplifted. And with modifications, slight modifications that were done, we were able to put it in place for the small community of 72 households in one block. Today, the moment we hadn't even completed, we were in talks with the government to be able to look at their policy tweak with the Energy Act. And one of those things was, interestingly, their supplier, which was a state-owned entity, was also the regulator. So you couldn't have your supplier and the regulator doing the same thing. So there was a monopoly there, blocking international investments. Some of these issues through policy changes, review of Energy Act, simply changed and we had a lot more investment. One investor came in with $378 million into one project within 6 weeks of changes being announced, number one. Number two, the UNDP suggested they offered 9 communities which they could energize. So finances started pouring in just at the transfer of technology and the policy that could wrap around so that it gave a strength in terms of perceived risks that investors and multilateral banks had towards projects. One last thing that ISA does is we also have a blended finance mechanism that thwarts the perceived risks that are associated with investments and financing. Like for instance, if you look at Africa, into the solar energy. Ladies and gentlemen, if you believe me, less than 4% of that went into the African bloc. Yet, Africa has the least energized in the entire world, and Africa has the most population in the world where they suffer from the lack of electricity. So where it's required the most was the least because of the perceived risk that investors had today. So this blended mechanism, which we've now started off with DRC, the Republic of Congo, has been a good exemplar. I'm finishing. So exemplars like these provide not just technology transfer, the financing and the policy.
So thank you. So you basically are saying that we need a package, also to enable technology transfer. So over to Fabrice, what do you think? Climate-induced instability, national issue, transnational issue? Please, your comments.
Yes, of course. Of course, the first thing is to reinforce the international cooperation because it's at this scale that we have to take measure. But be realistic. The solution also comes from at the national level, and it's something very important because population cannot adapt alone. They need public support. Support from the state. And so I think that fragile country, for instance, I explained it with Iraq, if you don't have public services, if you don't have electricity 24 hours, if you don't have water in the network, what's happened? People, wealthy people, move to gated communities, private city, where you have the full services. And you have an adaptation to the climate change. But the rest of the city stay in poor condition. And the situation will be worse because if you have the wealthy people who move in a private city, they will have less interest for the normal city. And we will see a cleavage inside the society. And of course, this cleavage will create violence, insecurity, and civil war. So what we need, I think, is to reinforce the governance at the national level, because it's at this level that we can have a good adaptation and not just private adaptation or short-time adaptation. Thank you.
Thank you, Fabrice. Also, thank you for being brief, and thank you for highlighting the fragmentation that can happen within a society. So, Victoria, over to you. Actually, your question which I posed was addressed. So maybe, can you just talk about multilateral reforms, which is needed? Of course, you've also been very active with the G20. G20 is seen to be as a more nimble organizational structure, wherein, of course, in the UNFCCC COPs, things move really slowly, and process has actually triumphed the purpose. So, your final thoughts on multilateral reforms?
Okay, thanks so much. First of all, neither BRICS nor G20 organizations, they're not trying or pretending to take this governance role, so this is rather a supporting role to their other international multilateral organizations that should be doing their job. Adding the question of is financing enough? Of course not enough. From what I remember, they promised finance, it wasn't there. So not even what is needed, but what was promised was not allocated. And definitely, if you look at BRICS countries, for example, we are doing quite a lot in terms of technology development, technology transfer. But obviously, if we look at advanced economies, they have a number of solutions. And in case of, for example, climate, or be it health, or other issues of the global relevance, this is common good. So this should be shared, which is not happening. But what is BRICS doing? So far, look at their economy strategy for BRICS economic partnership. It's ending next year, and next year we'll have a third edition already with their expanded BRICS. So it already deals with the issues of climate change by means of development of technologies, and we have a number of mechanisms within BRICS, like Partner, or like this working group on climate that was launched back in 2015. Together with the ministerial, that are dealing in part with those issues. Another one is mobilization of funding for green transition. And as I said, this is not enough just to have funding from the BRICS. We need advanced economies to join in. But so far, what BRICS, as you remember, we've launched the NDB, New Development Bank, that is filling maybe not a huge, but still a gap. And some of it is going towards infrastructure funding, which is also needed for climate adaptation. Another one in the partnership strategy is introduction of the principles of the closed loop economy, which is also quite important in order to attend those risks. And of course, risk management of climate change related hazards. And this is done within BRICS. With the G20, some of it is done, but as you know, with the geopolitics, sometimes overwhelming, we have G20 sometimes forgetting that they have to attend issues of the global advance. So that's why we need to remember G20 is about economics, is about managing global risks without politicization. So in order to attend to the needs of the poorest and of those most affected. So, but those two mechanisms, be it G20 and BRICS, I still believe more in BRICS, but I hope, but we cannot do much without the other countries. We cannot do much without advanced economies. So this is a joint endeavor. And I believe they should be, with all the enlisted mechanisms and projects suggested by the colleagues, have to push further international organizations and states in order to achieve our aims. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Victoria. And of course, thanks for highlighting the G20, and BRICS can only play a supportive role as we head towards COP29. There'll be a lot of expectations on the new collective goal on quantified finance and CQG. Of course, hopefully, we will see that countries learn from the experience of the previously set goals. But yes, as we come to an end to this discussion, we do see that climate security lies deeply in the intersection of traditional and non-traditional security, particularly energy security, infrastructure. So these are like the key issues that came forward from these discussions. Of course, there remains the issue of river countries that share river boundaries, the upper riparian states and the lower riparian states. And let's see whether these are best solved bilaterally or through a multilateral body. So yes, important questions, but I think this is a topic which needs further discussions, and we will continue to deliberate on this further beyond this forum. So thanks to all the panelists, and over to the organizers. Thank you.
Thank you all. Could we request you to remain seated? We are moving into our next session directly, which is a very exciting session on the future of work, paycheck, protections and purposes, and purpose. My apologies. Could I request our audience, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, to please remain seated, and may I invite our speakers on stage. May I first invite our moderator, Maggie Sprenger, co-founder and general partner with Audier Capital from the United States. May I invite Minister Narek Makarchian, Minister of Labor and Social Affairs of Armenia. May I invite Minister Olta Manjani, who is the Deputy Minister of Economy, Culture and Innovation from Albania. Francois Jacob, United Nations Resident Coordinator in the Republic of Armenia. Professor Hong Chong Kim, Distinguished Professor, Graduate School of International Studies, Korea University, South Korea. And finally, Professor Sara Matsawetsa, who's the Chief Executive Officer, Human Sciences Research Council in South Africa. Thank you all for joining us. May I request, maybe Minister, if you would like to shift one seat so that you're all together? Okay. Maggie, do you want to come in? To this side? All right. Here we are. Over to you, Maggie.
I was about to say, you left me so lonely down there. Hi, I'm Maggie Sprenger. I'm a general partner at Audier Capital based in New York. Delighted to get to connect with you all. It's my first time in Armenia, and I can tell already that I'll be back, hopefully many times. I want to give particular thanks to the exceptional team at the Observer Research Foundation and Dr. Samir Saram for organizing such an important dialogue. And thank you to all of you who are joining us today as we explore one of the most critical challenges of our time, the future of work, paycheck, protections, and purpose. As the global workforce undergoes profound transformations driven by rapid technological innovations and the rise of non-traditional employment, these changes bring both unprecedented opportunities and challenges. Few numbers to frame up today's conversation before I turn it over to the panelists. 47% of the workforce in OECD nations are engaged in jobs with a high risk of automation over the next 2 decades. This will reshape what work looks like. Over 55 million gig workers exist worldwide today, representing a seismic shift from long-term employment to more flexible yet insecure arrangements. Global youth unemployment remains persistently high, staying at 13% in 2023, making it one of the greatest barriers to future workforce stability. Meanwhile, nearly 2 billion people, approximately 60% of the world's adult labor force, work in the informal economy, often lacking social protections. And to round out, this survey suggests that up to 70% of employees are disengaged or unfulfilled in their work, emphasizing the challenge of aligning work with a sense of purpose. As we dive into this conversation today, we'll explore the delicate balance between income security, ensuring social protections, and fostering a sense of purpose in this evolving landscape. I will be leaving 15 minutes for questions or engagements from the audience at the end, so start thinking of questions. I look forward to hearing from our panel. Minister, let's start with you. Armenia has undergone significant economic and labor reforms. How is Armenia working to extend social protections to workers, especially in the gig economy and informal sectors? And what lessons can other nations take from Armenia?
Thank you very much for the question. And first of all, I would like to thank Mr. Samir Saran for cooperation and for having this wonderful Yerevan dialogue in Armenia. The Republic of Armenia during the recent years, in fact, is witnessing different kind of challenges, starting from the war, post-war situation, like the ethnic cleansing, social protection system. We prepared for addressing all of these challenges. And since we live in the 21st century, we are part of the interconnected world, so we have to address also other global challenges, the global challenges which are related to artificial intelligence, development of new technologies, and indeed all of these technologies would affect Armenia as well, the labor market, the economic condition, and the emergence of gig economy, like remote work, and many other aspects related to artificial intelligence and the labor market. In fact, it was signal for us that we have to act in accordance with the global transformations. Otherwise, we will create a lot of problems, not only in the social protection system, but also in other aspects of our social life. So to address all of these challenges, first of all, we decided to act holistically, to not focus only on one aspect, for example, gig economy, to not focus on providing like the social security safety nets for gig economy, like beneficiaries or just actors, players, or remote workers, but to start from the strategy. Strategy for the employment, strategy which will provide the ground for not only like 2 years, 3 years, but also for a decade, and to help the government have long-term policies. So now the Republic of Armenia, in cooperation with different research centers, with different partners, is in the process of forming a new strategy for employment, and all of these issues related to new technologies, gig economy, artificial intelligence, everything are incorporated into this new strategy. But so the strategy is the vision. We have to also change our legislations in order to have everything in accordance with the global demands. That's why last year we amended the labor code of Armenia, and we changed 40% of the labor code, trying to make our policies and legislation in accordance with the global changes. For example, during the COVID, we understood that we need to have regulation for the remote work, but we didn't have legislation for that. So we changed the labor code in order to have everything, so the frameworks for that, and for example to have also digital tools for having like employment agreements, etc. So, but still there are a lot of challenges that we have to address. For example, so the workers, for example, digital nomads, how they should make sure that living in Armenia, working in Armenia, they should have socially protected. What kind of social protection projects we offer? Everything will be addressed in the strategy of employment that now we are working on, and we have target groups, and in that target group, we should focus on different different processes. For example, one of the target groups is the young adults, who are not in education nor in employment, so-called net. What should we do? We have to provide successful, certified, like immediate upskilling and reskilling projects for them. And now, according to different reports, the skills is becoming more and more important than, for example, get education and then go into the labor market, etc. Now we have to, because it will take much time to spend on education for this targeted group. The second targeted group is, even if we can, for example, support them to get engaged into gig economy. Like after having some short-term but very well-organized upskilling or reskilling trainings for them. Or the middle-aged women, 30 to 40 years old, that again, we have to help them to make them an important part of our labor market. Despite we have some successful statistics, still we have to work hard in order to make them really important players of who should add like value and should play an important role for increasing the GDP. So we trying to address all of these issues holistically through the strategy, and from the strategy we will have new policies, new legislation, but we can't do it alone. We have to do in cooperation with the Ministry of Economy, with the Ministry of Territorial Administration and Infrastructure, and with the help of civil society and our international partners.
Wonderful. I'm so glad you brought up strategy. Dr. Oltamajani, I'd love to hear from you about the current state of work in Albania and the Balkans more broadly, and then if you can focus particularly on the strategy that's coming out of your office and solutions that you can share with the room.
Well, thank you for the question. Also, thank you for the invitation to this great conference. I would also like to thank Dr. Samir Saran for inviting me, and also the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for having me here. I think it's the best and the worst of times to talk about the labor markets today. The best of times because we have a lot of technological developments which have increasingly affected the labor market in a meaningful and helpful way, but also the worst of time because we need to catch up with the fast pace of the technological development and make the necessary adaptations of the labor market and of the labor force to be able to make use of these huge technological challenges and opportunities at the same time. And I would like to actually cite Ursula von der Leyen, in her speech where she addressed the State of the Union, where she perfectly described the state of the labor markets today. That was back in September 2023, but we are still facing these challenges. And she said, and I quote, "Instead of millions of people looking for jobs, there are millions of jobs looking for people." So it couldn't have been said better. This is the reality nowadays, that we are facing with a lot of labor shortages, but also skills mismatches. So we probably have a huge pool of labor force that is actually not doing the jobs that they are supposed to do, or the new type of jobs that they are emerging because of several factors. And I would like to mention three of them. First, the demographic challenges. The demographic challenges are closely related to the aging of the population, which is something that is actually being faced also by countries that were supposed to be young countries, young populations like Albania, and the average age actually is increasing, with the low birth of rates, which is also another problem that many countries and the whole world particularly is facing, and also how to make use of the actual workforce and how to activate the whole workforce in the labor market. And the third one has to do with immigration. Immigration is something that is very typical for the region of the Western Balkans. It has to do with the historical developments, being former communist countries. We faced a huge immigration wave in the 90s, and we are facing another second wave of immigration, and this is very closely related to the fact that the whole Europe and the whole world is actually facing labor shortages. And the problem with the second wave of immigration is because the middle class is leaving in order to fill in these job vacancies in more developed countries. So this is also closely related to the fact that countries like ours, smaller and with lower wages, need to catch up in terms of the wages so that we can keep the skilled labor force in the country. Given these three elements, it is important that we address them with the right policies in order to have the right strategic approach. The minister mentioned here a little bit the fact that and it's also typical for Albania that we have, and you also mentioned it, that we have a high rate of unemployment among the young people. In Albania that's also a problem, and particularly young people who are neither in education nor employment and training, the NEET category. And what we're trying to do in this regard is to implement a successful project that comes actually from developed European countries, more developed European countries. Portugal is a good example of how they have tackled the unemployment among the young people through offering them two main pillars in this program, which is called the Youth Guarantee. So the first pillar actually focuses on the employment opportunities and matching them with the right job, either through the first pillar or the second one, which focuses on reskilling and upskilling the young population by actually training them, giving them vocational education so that they can actually join the labor market with the new skills that are required, and of course with the digital skills, which is a very important element, as I said. Sometimes even me, I feel that I'm digitally incompetent in some cases, which means that we are lifelong learners, and throughout our life we need to invest in our education and in our training process so that we can keep up with all these technological developments. The second one, and which is closely related, and I talked a little bit about it, is the technological advancement and the digitalization, but how do we tackle this one specifically? COVID-19 gave us a great example on how flexible we are. So it is in human nature that we actually adapt to different situations, and we adapt to new ways of learning. But, and again, the minister mentioned it, it's important that we have the legal framework in place in order to make sure that we also have the social protection that goes with the new different ways of working, such as remote working, or how to take advantage of the digital nomads. In Albania we have a new law for digital nomads where we actually have taken into consideration this new nature of work that has emerged and how we can make best use of activating in the labor market even those inactive groups that are not part of the labor market. And we have plenty of such groups. One of them is the long-term unemployed, so we have in place specific programs, training programs particularly, in order to attract them back to the labor market. We have women, for example, in rural areas, and we also have specific projects for them, particularly focusing in agriculture or in social care, so that they can also become part of the labor market. Other disadvantaged groups like people with disabilities, or so the best we can do now is to get everyone on the labor market, because as I said, we have a lot of labor shortages. And the second problem to tackle, and I mentioned it a little bit in the beginning, is the skills mismatches. The skills mismatches are closely related to the fact that there are a few jobs, positions that are actually depleting, either because of the fast development of the technology or for several other reasons. So it is important to reskill and upskill the labor force and to give them chances in order to be more productive in the society. In terms of the immigration rates, as I mentioned, we are also having an innovative approach on how to make the best use of the trend. Of course, we live in democratic societies and it's very difficult to stop people from moving to new places, particularly where the wage gaps are significant, which is a big motivation for people to emigrate. We are experimenting with the idea of circular migration. So, for example, Albania is an economy that most recently has a very fast developing hospitality sector. We're a country of 2.4 million and only last year we hosted around 10.4 million tourists. So this, in terms of the labor force, means that we have a high summer season. So basically these workers that are needed in the labor market are needed during the summertime, and this brings us to the new problem that what do they do the rest of the time, because the sector that is giving more and more the highest contribution in the economic growth is the sector that is characterized by seasonality. So you have to make sure that they have work all the year around. And one of the approaches in this regards, as I mentioned, is the circular migration, where we are having talks with other countries who have the peak of their season, of their touristic season during the winter time, so that we can create possibilities for the same workers who are trained to work in the hospitality sector to work for, let's say, 6 months in Albania, which is a country with a high summer season, and for the rest of the time to work in countries like Austria or Switzerland, who are famous for their ski resorts and the high peak season during the winter. So the best that we can do in this situation is really come up with innovative approaches, because as I said, the world is growing old, and we need long-term policies in order to tackle these problems. And it's very interesting, the World Economic Forum, they have this new initiative, and it's called the Longevity Economic Initiative, which basically, and they have some really good statistics, in fact. For example, by 2025, there will be 1.4 billion people who will be in the age of retirement. And by 2050, this is going to be around 2.4 billion, so it's going to be a huge number. And they estimate that the deficit in the pension scheme is going to go by 2050 to around 400 trillion US dollars. So this means that we won't only face the problem of the labor shortage anymore, but we will also face the problem of collapsing pension schemes because of the shrinking of the population and the aging of the population. So the sooner we think of ways on how to address these problems now, so I really like the logo of this conference that is shaping tomorrow today, because tomorrow is going to be really late. And especially when it comes to the labor force and an aging population and all these factors combined, it is very important that we actually take the right measures and the right initiatives now.
Deputy Minister Menjani, that was fantastic and terrifying. Francois Jacob, would you like to talk about some of the work that you're doing with the United Nations around the decent work and social protection agenda? Perhaps something on the action-oriented side, and particularly focus on the workforce that's currently excluded from any sort of protection, and highlight the areas into which we should be investing so that we have a chance of tackling some of the issues raised by the ministers.
Thank you so much, Maggie, and good evening, everyone. Thanks for being with us at this time. So, at the UN, we look at the future of work agenda through the combined lens of decent work, social justice, and sustainable development. These are three very important sort of principles. We are trying to shape what we call the just transition, which is really finding solutions in the process of the economic transformation, the green transformation, finding solutions for the most vulnerable labor population. And as you may know, we have a core principle in Agenda 2030, in our Sustainable Development Goal. That principle is leaving no one behind. This means that in the context of the future of work, we are looking for solutions for people with disabilities, for refugees and migrants, for youth, as you mentioned, generally for people in the informal sectors, or for people inside a mega crisis, or people who have lost their livelihood in some emergencies. So I will share 5 points, 5 areas that we have a particular focus on. The first one is the type of job. So when we talk future of work, we think very much automation, digitalization, AI, etc. But there are many categories of work that will remain, for which we will need people. And these include, I will mention only 2 or 3, but these include the care economy. You mentioned the demographic changes. The demographic change is a threat for the economy, but it's also a huge opportunity. There is a huge need now, not in the future, now, for a quick expansion of a formal care economy and the recognition of the care economy as a full labor employment sector. The second sector, which will remain key, is the food production, so the agricultural sector. Part of it will be automated, but for many years to come, we will still need people, and these people are in rural areas, and we need to make sure that they have access to decent livelihood and to decent social protection mechanism. And why I mention these 2 sectors is because we need to make sure that the young generations are also looking at these 2 sectors. We need to make sure that the kids of farmers in the rural areas look at how they can combine their interest for modernized work, sexy, smart, or digitalized work, and still stay in their rural area. And so how do we connect them to smart agriculture, for example? So the green jobs are, we know the green jobs have a very wide category of jobs, and this is also very, it has a huge potential. I think in the UN we calculated that over the next 10 years we can create 60 million jobs just in the green area, which is, various waste management, food production, addressing the environmental challenges, etc. Why I say this is there is a risk that government focuses very much on the upper end scale of labor, of the labor sector where there is a potential for high productivity gains. But we need to make sure that we also plan for these other jobs, which in some of the markets in my country, for example, we have a lot of tension on the care economy because no one wants to work in it. The second point is on social protection system. And here, you gave some global numbers, Maggie. Here is 2 more global numbers. Only 45% of people around the world have access to at least one form of social protection. And only 1/3 has access to a comprehensive package of social protection. So it means that 2/3 of the world still is in need of basic social protection system. So again, when we talk about future of the work, we still have to work on the basics. And that includes that there are now many experiments in different countries, both in developing countries and in developed countries, on new ways of protecting the non-standard employment and of really moving out of informal work. This requires also a new way of looking at revenue collections, balancing social protection mechanisms that are of public nature or of private natures looking at universal basic income whenever relevant or possible, etc. So still a lot of work to do on social protection systems. The third area I will touch very briefly because the two previous speakers have spoken about it. This is about skills. As Minister said, I think we are probably looking more into skill requirements versus degree requirements. And very important, we have to work a lot more on behavioral skills because what we know is the typical traditional career path is not likely to exist anymore the way it is. So we're going to have atypical career path. And to manage that atypicality, it means we have to manage uncertainties, change. We have to manage possibly conflict better, conflict in the workplace. And so these are typically behavioral skills that in a traditional MBA you might not learn. And so this is really important. The second thing is the lifelong skills. And I think, Minister, you have mentioned that. This is key because we need to make sure that institutions to provide lifelong skills exist and are available. And that includes formal education institutions, but also non-formal education. So big area of focus in the UN, in our jargon, we call it Transforming Education Initiative. The fourth point is strengthening the social dialogue. So this is how we engage with social partners, typically employers, organizations, and trade unions. I get, and I'm sure my colleagues get the same thing, I get a lot of requests from both this type of organization about, well, what do? We want to become more green. We want to adopt better sustainable practice. What do we do? So what I have noticed in the past, let's say 6-7 years, is that there's a huge demand for knowledge from the social partners. And this is, again, an area where we can do a lot together between the UN, the government institutions, the academics. So really working with the social partners so that they are also ready to approach the future of work in a positive way. The fifth area, and that will be my last point, is on promoting new forms of businesses. They exist, you know, this is like cooperatives. This is social entrepreneur, social enterprise. They exist, but they're still not mainstream. But these enterprises, the social enterprise, they are so important to keep the social fabric, the local fabric. They are so important to keep people in regions, not to, and to sort of encourage people to, you know, to be in different areas than just in the main 2-3 urban centers. So I really think that the higher level of the education sector also need to embrace these new forms of business and provide more knowledge, again, more information on how we can focus on the people and not just on let's say, on the return on investments. So I'll stop by, or I'll finish by saying that we have a global initiative at the United Nations, which I'm sure some of you have heard about. It's called the Global Accelerator for Jobs and Social Protection. It's a very complex initiative. It involves all stakeholders. It looks at institutional capacity. It looks at people capabilities. It looks at resources. How do we raise the financing that is necessary for all what I have highlighted before? And it looks at knowledge production and knowledge management. It looks at coordination between the different economic sectors. And so this is being implemented now in some of the countries. And yes, this is what we hope to, how we try to address these different points. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Françoise. Peng Chung Kim, professor, I'm thinking about some of the things the minister said and that Françoise just raised, particularly around social fabric and the ways in which we have to collaborate, the ways in which we have to rethink worker protections, And something that we've touched on lightly but not dug into is the social isolationism that comes with a lot of remote work. I would love to hear your thoughts on those.
Thank you, Maggie. And thank you very much for having me, Armenian Foreign Ministry and ORF, for supporting my presence here in the first Yerevan Dialogue 2024. And today I'm talking about the future of work. And my premise, I think that the future of work is closely related to the rise of the non-traditional employment forms like the freelancing and contract workers and mini jobs and temporary jobs, something like that. So I'd like to highlight what kind of aspect we need to think about when we are talking about the non-traditional, this kind of non-traditional employment forms. So let me point out the three aspects. Maggie already mentioned that there's something like isolation. But, I will talk at the last point. The first one is the non-traditional employment forms can lead to the constraint creation, collaboration, and leading to the limitation of the creativity or something like the lack of the improving the productivities. So non-traditional employment forms often offer individuals greater flexibility, as we all know, but this can limit the chances for collaboration. In traditional workplace, we come together, and we come together face-to-face meeting with colleagues frequently facilitate the exchange of ideas, exchange of the new thoughts. And then this kind of, during these interactions, new ideas or new concepts emerge naturally. But in-person communications plays a critical role in sharing emotions and providing immediate feedback, while remote conferencing tools like the Zoom and many other facilities can be utilized. These setup fall short in replicating the natural and instantaneous interactions found in-person discussions. So consequently, those in non-traditional roles may not fully benefit from the creative synergies that arise from the collaborative context, negatively influencing the emergence of innovative ideas. So let me point out this point. And second is, we are talking about the social protection in many ways. This rightly pointed out, but I want to highlight, emphasize the lack of legal protection as well. Yeah. So non-traditional workers frequently face dearths of legal protections, while full-time employees are safeguarded by numerous labor laws now, such as those governing working hours, minimum wages, and also paid leave. And the non-traditional workers often find themselves excluded from these protections. I had a chance to talk about these issues with the people from ILO, and I was very happy to see that ILO is also emphasize this kind of aspects as well. This can lead to a scenario where they are vulnerable to unfair treatment or discrimination, and they may lack of the means to seek legal recourse in such cases. As more individuals enter the labor market in non-traditional roles, this situation could exacerbate existing social inequalities, highlighting the urgent need to reassess current labor laws and create new protective measures. And last point, social isolation, alienation of labor, I'm talking. Non-traditional workers are at a higher risk of experiencing social isolation due to their limited teamwork and communications with colleagues. This isolation can have adverse effect on their mental and emotional health, which ultimately impact job satisfaction and productivity. Social connections in the workplace are vital for providing emotional support, which is a key factor in job performance and satisfaction. As non-traditional employment lacks these social connections, Individuals may experience feeling of disconnection, leading to decreased motivation and the potential feelings of anxiety or depressions. We have already experienced this kind of situations under the COVID-19 situation as well. And social isolation can lead to many significant issues. Beyond the mental and physical health problems, it can also drive individuals to develop a singular way of thinking, becoming ensnared in extreme thoughts. Today, we witness numerous problems and incidents stemming from isolated individuals. The setting of social media, where users encounter newsfeed curated by their own search history, contribute to the reinforcement of their existing belief while depriving them of the chance to consider alternative perspectives. Such functionalities of social media, coupled with the alienation of labor I'm talking, brought about by non-traditional employment, can render individuals even more vulnerable to extreme thinking. Let me close. Non-traditional employment forms can have a vital impact on workers in several ways, necessitating legal and social efforts to address these issues. There is a strong need to explore new paradigms that protect the rights of workers while also enhancing collaborative environment and fostering social connections. I think that the role of the government also should be redefined through this kind of changing landscape of the labor market. The alienation of labor, first described by Karl Marx, can be more vividly seen in non-traditional employment forms. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. As a reminder to the audience, we'll be turning over to questions after Sarah Masweta. Sarah, South Africa has one of the highest rates of unemployment and inequality. Your organization and your research have done a ton of work around social dimension. Can you talk a little bit about how you're addressing systemic inequalities in the labor market and the innovative solutions that you found to be most effective?
Thanks for the question, and thanks for ORF and Samir for the invitation. And it is my first time in this beautiful country, and thanks very much for hosting us so graciously. Let me just maybe mention just two things before I answer your question specifically. I think, yes, it is a question about South Africa, but I think this is a session where we are talking about the rising global inequalities. And it is within countries, and there is indeed a need to focus on South Africa, but there is global inequalities between countries. And I think sometimes the obsession with just talking about inequalities within countries misses the global picture, and therefore does not hold those who need to be held accountable. Let me just also say that global inequalities are mediated and often supported by advancements in technologies. And of course, there are those who often argue for global technological determinism, i.e. that there is the future of work there's no future of work. The work is going to cease as we know it, and that is just an argument of wishing away labor. We know that labor is not going away, and as indicated elsewhere, there's new forms of labor that's rising or that's growing that we need to pay particular attention to. We also know that advancements in technology has a strong correlation with rising inequalities, unemployment, and various forms of insecurities. However, I think in the case of South Africa, I think the question that we need to ask is, what is the role of the state? And I will talk about that. What is the role of labor? But oftentimes, again, in these forums, we don't talk about what is the role of capital in addressing the very inequalities that capital promotes through technology. Let me talk about the role of the state in South Africa, and I'll talk about the role of labor and capital. Again, with the emphasis that we need to be focusing on inequalities within countries that are, in my country, are very racial in character, but also the geographical location. Those who find themselves out in the margins are often women. One word that I have not heard in these sessions until now. But they are also in the rural areas, and I think those are the nuances that we need to bring here. The role of the state in South Africa, for example, we have the minimum wage commission that advocates minimum wage, particularly in vulnerable sectors, and these are oftentimes sectors that are largely in the rural areas, agriculture, are also in sectors that are predominantly women, women are finding themselves domestic work, right? But I think that also just showcases the role of the state in advocating for, dare I say, progressive policies. But if the state does not have the muscle and the power to implement and to hold those who need to be implementing these policies accountable, then these are lame duck policies. I think we've heard in this section around the role of the United Nations and particularly in relation to workers. However, if the ILO again does not have the power and the muscle to implement these policies, I think the case is in point in South Africa. And this is why the BRICS is important, as countries coming together and saying, for us, it is about reforming global governance in support of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, in support of the UN ILO, right? The second thing is social protection, right? Again, the idea of universality, that income and work should be a right for everyone, especially when you consider the meanings that individuals and human beings attach to having work, to having income. And universal rights to income, but also universal rights to social protection, health in this case. In South Africa at the moment, there's a big debate about the national health insurance. Those who can afford private health, income inequalities, those who can afford private health are not usually, but at all times are full-time employed in South Africa, and those who can't access health care are in the informal economy, are in the so-called gig economy. Let me finish off this point by talking about the role of the state as in having to be proactive and protective in approach, in manner, and in implementation. The role of capital, of course, that's important, because if capital does as it pleases and we continue to ignore its role in creating and recreating inequalities, then we are fighting a losing battle. It is responsible in my mind, for ensuring that rights of everyone are protected. The role of labor, and I'll close on 3 points. First is that when we think about that, the argument about a technological determinism, it assumes that power is not contested, and that power lies in those who have technology, and those who don't have technology or the means of technology are powerless. And this is where the labor movement and labor in general should indeed reject this argument of seeing technology or those who have technology as the only ones who have power, right? And so this logic firstly should be challenged. Two, I think it is important to assume symbolic power. I don't know if I'm in a safe space to be talking about these things here. Symbolic power, right? The right to organize, even in the gig economy. And it has been proven over and over again that even in the gig economy, you can indeed use the same technology to organize and therefore assume symbolic power. Uber drivers. I think there's Uber in this country. Thank goodness those Uber drivers can and should be organized, and therefore are arguing against the end of the labor thesis. And I think from South Africa's side, indeed there are inequalities and they are growing. I think that the solidarity that we have indeed forged with BRICS countries and expanding is assisting us in taking the discussion to a global stage instead of just South Africa. Thanks.
That was excellent. Thank you. Panelists, that was all excellent. Thank all of you. Now, audience, are there questions? There are microphones floating about, so go ahead and stand up. Please state your name, your organization, and your nation, and dig right in.
Okay. So, hello, I'm Ornella Tucci. I'm coming from Albania. My question related to Sarah's speech. What's the success level of the startups led by women in your country? And if this level of success is related to the level of reduction of unemployment in your country, Leslie? And what your organizations are doing about this, or the UN or the government organizations?
Let's go ahead and take 2 or 3 more questions, and then we'll let everyone answer respective or community questions.
Hi, my name's Charlotte Rose. I'm from North Star, based in Australia, clearly British. I want to thank all of you for your comments today. I thought it was an absolutely diverse, eclectic, but really important set of inputs to this conversation. My curiosity sits with something that a few of you touched upon, particularly yourself, Altamanjani, around the importance of immigration and how it is we're managing that internationally. We are seeing across the board a very strong rhetoric about how immigration is being handled, but as we've mentioned, mobility is absolutely key to how it is the future of work is moving forward. How do we manage that internationally? What do we need to be considering, and what can we do?
Okay, one more question. We'll take 2 more. Try and ask them as fast as possible, though, so we can maybe do another round.
Good evening. My name is Dinara Dishankulu. I'm from the Kyrgyz Republic, representing National Institute of Strategic Initiative under the Presidential Administration. So my question, I agree with what mentioned Olta regarding that not labor is looking for the jobs, but jobs are looking for the labor. We are now in a position when a lot of projects are going on in my country for construction and even clothing industry, and there is a lack of labor resources. And we found out that the people from another country started to work on this sector of economy. So government is making a huge effort in the social security and in increasing the salary for the medical people, for the school children, constructing kindergarten for the young women. But still, our high skill labor resources is looking for so they immigrated. I mean, they are looking for the best proposal. Our research, we did some forecasting for the future, like 2030, 2050. Do you agree that in those, in 10 years, there will be a big struggle, let's say, big fighting for the high-skilled labor resources, or not?
Thank you. And will you hand the microphone to the gentleman who raised his hand? And then, Sarah, we're going to start with you and work back.
Hi, Karangulu Dagan from San Francisco. So it's probably for Olta, please, since you mentioned about the digital nomad program. So I'm curious to know how that changed, especially the influx of tech workers. So Armenia, for example, has really benefited from there are some spots, at least in Yerevan and Armenia, which is driving this particular benefits and tech influx. However, there is no formal program for visa, at least digital nomad. So I'm curious to know what's happening in Albania.
Super, thank you so much. Sarah?
This is the only time where I'm not happy to be first, but let's go. I'm joking, I'm joking. Let me just, I have attended a number of dialogues organized by ORF, and I think that this has been the focus on the labor market.